situation. We have been watching it very closely here, and you can see now that we do have this warning that is in effect for those areas in northern parts of Floyd County as well. Go ahead, if you will, query do the warning so we can show all the counties here and the expiration time for that. That's going to be in effect until 3:15 for Bartow County, Floyd County, and also into Gordon County with this tornado warning and that circulation right there. That's looking pretty impressive. Andrew and Melissa and I have been watching this very closely. Let's take a look at our camera one more time here. We not only have those strong winds, it looks like we're seeing a little bit of hail in association with that too. Andrew, Melissa, is that what you're seeing there? A little bit of hail?
It's hard to see. I got to tell you, it looked ferocious. Look at the flagpole itself blowing in the winds. We normally just see the flags themselves, but the actual pole is blowing. It does look like hail. Yeah, this is a live look right now in Rome as a tornado warning is just now issued for Floyd County, Bartow County, and also into Gordon County. It's going to be in effect until 3:15. Our tower cam is getting a look at the brunt of what we have going on right now in the Rome area with the very strong winds. We've been telling you all along, we're talking about strong winds even outside of any severe thunderstorm warnings. We also have our Storm Tracker Thunder Truck in Rome right now. If y'all have that shot, we would love to take that so we can see how things are looking right now up in the Floyd County area. This is Storm Tracker Thunder Truck. This is in the downtown area now in Rome, where of course we're turning around there in a shopping center, it looks like, with the very heavy rain that is coming down now. Very strong winds up in Floyd County right now. Let's go back to radar because I want to show you the latest we have with our velocity couplet. This is where we would have that potential rotation. Really, this whole area that you're seeing here, where we have these winds moving in different directions, that's what our Doppler radar and the velocity mode here is able to detect, and that's where we have that potential rotation that's coming through the Floyd County area that would move into Bartow County, the northern parts of Bartow, we think, and also into Gordon County. There's Calhoun. Here is I-75 right now. There's Adairsville. Adairsville, you are in this warning area as well. If you are in this red polygon, again, that includes parts of northern Floyd County, it includes the Rome area, over toward Adairsville, over toward Calhoun, and northern Bartow, and into parts of Gordon County. You need to get in your tornado safe position. These are very strong winds in association with this, and then we're seeing some of the rotating winds with that as well, just to the south of Armuchee, just a little bit to the north of the Rome area, where we're seeing that rotation that is moving through that area right now. We're getting in a little bit closer. Here's Pinson, there is Shannon, there's Plainville. Here's the part right here where we see that rotation near Old Dalton Road northeast. That's just south of Armuchee and just to the north of the Rome area, north and east of Rome. We've been seeing those strong winds in Rome right now and in Floyd County, where we were showing you our tower cam there. But as you can see, this moves northward. It would continue to move toward Adairsville and also on up toward the Farmville area, where we have that warning that is in effect. These are moving through pretty quickly. Andrew and Melissa, let me know what you have on the speed of that from that warning as these storms are moving up toward the north and also to the east. Andrew?
Yeah, that's 65 miles per hour, and we have that right on in with our forecast cone here. So that tells you the exact time as the storm is moving at 65 miles per hour.
Over toward Pinson at around 3:02, into Plainville 3:07, McDaniels at 3:19, Blackwell at about 3:24 if it holds together, moving up toward the north and also to the east here. I'm going to go back to that tower cam in Rome at remote 58 if we can. I'm just curious to see how things are looking right now. These are moving through very quickly. The wind is still very strong there in Rome, but the rain is not as heavy as it was just a few minutes ago, but that wind is still really whipping up, and that's what I want all of you to know. Even outside of these storms that we're having today, the wind is going to be an issue. We have a history of this storm system, even not in a tornado warning, and even outside of the storms, where the winds have been whipping up, and we've had trees down even in areas where it's not raining from those strong winds that continue to push on through. So this is that live look that we have in Rome right now, where the winds are still very strong, dark clouds there, but in the downtown area already it's not as bad as it was just a few minutes ago. Back full here, I want to go back to velocity so we can see this couplet that we're watching with those strong storms that are pushing through the area right now. This is the part right here where we're seeing that difference of the wind moving toward the radar site and the winds winds moving away from the radar site, where we get that rotation within that, and that is right there where you see the reds and the greens, right in this area right here of those storms, where we have that potential rotation that has prompted this tornado warning for Bartow County, Floyd County, and also into Gordon County. And this is going to be in effect until 3:15. This is all part of the line that does have a history of producing damage. This goes all the way back into Texas last night when we were tracking these storms moving through, and it did cause damage there, numerous power outages. We do have some reports of power outages over parts of North Georgia right now. Here's a look again at the larger part of that extends up into Tennessee and also into Kentucky. We're on the tail end of this part right here, and especially in northwest Georgia right now. That's where most of the energy is located for these storms to be very strong and extending over into North Georgia too. We also have a tornado watch in effect. The original watch was for Northwest and West Georgia to expire at 5 o'clock. The National Weather Service just expanded, or actually issued a new watch to include areas now east of Atlanta. This is roughly along and north of I-20. So now earlier Metro Atlanta was not included in that first watch. Now with the second watch, much of Metro Atlanta is included in this, again, roughly along I-20 and northward. That extends over to the east, over toward Athens, north of Lake Oconee, and into parts of North Georgia. It is in this area of North Georgia where we have more of those ingredients right now that give us that better chance for those stronger storms. It is a level 3 of 5 risk in North Georgia right now for those stronger storms. The main threats we're talking about: damaging winds, heavy rain, and tornadoes possible. And we are now seeing a radar indicated tornado warning that is up into parts of Floyd County here, also moving into areas of Bartow County and also into Gordon County. Andrew, Melissa, and I have been noticing the lightning with this has been very strong on the northern part of this line moving in. On the southern fringes of that, not quite as impressive. Right now we've got about 23 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes, and that's mainly from this part right here in that main core of that storm that does have the circulation with it right now. Are y'all getting any new information, Melissa?
So we just got an update from the National Weather Service. This is still radar indicated, but right before the tornado warning was issued, there was a storm spotter who saw a rotating wall cloud just southwest of Rome. So we watched that move through Rome with our live camera, and this is crossing I-75 now, right near Adairsville. So this is not far from where the 2013 January tornado was up there, which destroyed a lot of the areas right off the interstate. But again, it's still radar indicated. I've been checking the debris signature, our correlation coefficient, one of our tools with the radar. Haven't seen any confirmed debris from this, but that doesn't mean that a tornado could touch down at any moment or may have already touched down. So again, get in the lowest level of your house, that interior room, put as many walls and windows in between you and the outside as possible. And that warning goes until 3:15, Chris. But outside of that, as you were mentioning, there's this huge damaging wind threat as this storm system moves through.
And those winds are going to be even outside of the storm. So don't think that, just because it's not raining in your area, you won't have any wind damage. You can have some wind damage even where it is not storming. So this again is an update where we have that tornado warning that's in effect. Are they holding on to Floyd County? Did they update that? Have they taken Floyd out? Or
Floyd is out of it. So it's Bartow and Gordon until 3:15, right over Plainsville, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. That is booking it faster than some people drive on the interstate.
Exactly right. And so we just saw that update come in. So Floyd County already, this has already moved out of your county. Let's put Rome, the tower cam, up in boxes as we can, because we're already seeing some improvements now in the Rome area. We still have the winds in Rome, but look at that clearing as you look toward the tower there in Rome. Not really clearing, but just kind of lightening up. That just goes to show you we had very intense rain and wind and low visibility just a few minutes ago in Rome, but it's already moving through very quickly. So that illustrates to you just how fast these storms are moving. But the deal is, even though the rain may be moving out, the wind isn't going anywhere anytime soon. So let's go back here to the velocity mode. You can see what we're watching now in parts of northwest Georgia. So right now, this is to the east of Armuchee. Rome is right down here. So this is already, that circulation is already to the east of the Rome area. Here is Adairsville. There's McDaniels. Redbud right here. Fairmount over here. We've got Talking Rock over this area. So the storm moving very quickly, as Melissa said, 65 miles an hour, pushing over toward the north and to the east. So the track on this storm takes it into Adairsville really here in just a couple of minutes. Right now we're standing at 3:03. It would be in Adairsville around 3:14. It would move into McDaniels at about 3:20, Blackwood at 3:25. If you are in the line of this storm and if you are included in this red polygon here where we have that tornado warning in effect again until 3:15, you definitely need to be in your tornado safe positions, a lower floor of your home, inside stay away, the most center part of the location there, away from windows. This is that rotation right now. This is Plainville right here. That rotation getting closer to I-75, really getting closer to Adairsville as well. This will be crossing over I-75 really within the next 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, I would say, as it is moving at a very fast clip, going at about 65 miles an hour. This is near the Cashel Adair Boulevard that you see right here, where that storm would continue to move on through. Right along 140. Is where we have really the center of that circulation pretty much tracking along. That would be crossing over 140 and 41 and then crossing over Interstate 75 here and then moving over toward the Folsom area where we have that rotation right now. We're getting new scans coming in. You can still see that rotation that we're watching right here just to the south and east of Plainville, just to the west of Adairsville. If you're in Adairsville, be in your tornado safe position. Lowest floor of your home, centermost part of your house. If you have a basement, definitely be in the basement. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Stay away from windows as well. This storm has some really strong winds. There's the latest scan right now, right? This is the circulation that we're seeing right now. That's pretty much over I-75 now, near Adairsville, crossing over 75. We're having to zoom in to watch these new scans come in as it's moving very quickly up toward the north. So this is along International Parkway there at 75, Highway 140 right here. If you're in Folsom, definitely be in your tornado safe positions, as well as in Farmville, also over near Yarbrough's Mill, where we'll see that circulation move through there in just a few minutes. Let's widen out just a little bit, just to give everyone perspective of where we're talking about and where this is in relation to the metro area. We'll actually put the reflectivity back on too, because I want to show how this is just a large band of rain and storms pushing through our area. So far, the strongest part of this has been to the north and west of us, but we're still watching this part of the storm here and the heavy rain that's going to keep moving through the metro Atlanta area. So here we are in Atlanta. We're focusing on this part up here, north and west of us, up 75 north as you go up toward Adairsville and into Calhoun. That's where we have the tornado warning, but then also look at this, severe thunderstorm warnings there along that line, including Floyd County, over into Bartow County, and then extending on over into parts of Gordon County and also Pickens County into part of that, and then that moves up into the western parts of Fannin County and Gilmer County. Andrew, what new information do you have?
We got an update from the National Weather Service. It's now just for Gordon County for this tornado warning. Still moving northeast at 65 miles per hour, so it is booking it a very fast storm. This storm is not just capable of producing, though, a tornado, but also extensive straight line wind damage noted by the National Weather Service.
And that's what we want people to know. Even outside of the tornado warning, I don't want you to, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning just issued here on the southern fringe of this. This is south of Rome. This will include Polk County and also Haralson County with that newest severe thunderstorm warning. So for our producers, you can take, there you go. Gordon County is the only place now where we have the tornado warning. But for those of you watching us on TV saying, I don't live in Gordon County, I don't need to know about this tornado warning, you need to know about this line of storms moving your way, because even though, and you know what, I hate for people to look at that and say, oh, that's only a severe thunderstorm warning up to the north in Murray County, also into Fannin, Gilmer County, and then Floyd, Bartow, and that new one that was just issued into Haralson County and also into Polk County, because it's not just only a severe thunderstorm warning. We have seen winds with this that are not the same structure as a tornado, but some of these winds have been strong enough as what you would classify as an EF0 tornado. When you get to winds of 70 and 80 miles an hour, that can do just as much damage as a tornado, but it's just a different structure of the storm. And these straight line winds can have some very strong destructive properties with it. And we've seen a history of that back in Alabama, and already we've had reports of a lot of trees down over parts of northwest Georgia as well, and definitely too back into Alabama. So when you're seeing the tornado warning being just this small red polygon in Gordon County, this system is affecting a lot more people with that, and we could see damage extending out from just that small warning that we have right now. These are some of the storm reports that we have right now. These symbols that you see there is where we have already reports of wind damage and trees down. This is just one of the examples right here of trees blocking all the lanes near the intersection of Georgia 337 and Neal Gap Road. That's up in northwest Georgia. Also another one showing trees down at Stonebridge Community in Armurchie, Georgia. Again, northwest Georgia. That would be up north of Rome and getting closer to the Adairsville area where we're seeing some of that damage already. And these damage reports are coming in very quickly. This is the line. Again, you're saying, why do I care about this if you're in Metro Atlanta? Because this line is moving your way. And even though you don't see a tornado warning just to the west of you, these winds with this are very strong coming in across the line from Alabama and into West Georgia. Now, the southern part of this line doesn't look as impressive as the northern part. We've been seeing a lot more lightning and a lot more energy with the northern part of the storm, but still these crossing over the line into Haralson County and also into Polk County are very strong and strong enough to prompt a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go back to that tornado warning now that includes just Gordon County. We want to look at the velocity mode there to see where that circulation is right now, just to see. We can see there on reflectivity, there's the notch there, and that kind of lines up with what we're seeing in velocity mode. So here is I-75. You see that right here. We're talking about between Calhoun and Adairsville on I-75, now pretty much crossing over I-75, moving over to the east of that is where we see the circulation here right now, and that's where the National Weather Service updated this warning. They took out Floyd County a little while ago, and then just a few minutes ago they took Bartow County out of this tornado warning. Now Gordon County is the county that is still in this active tornado warning right now. This is the circulation here as that continues to move up toward the north and east. That would take it into Farmville at 3:22. Right now the time is at 3:10, so we're talking at about 12 minutes. The center of that circulation would move into Farmville and then into Sonoraville around 3:29, into Ranger at 3:56, and then into the Oakman area around 4:08. Again, that's if that center of circulation holds together as it's bearing down on Farmville in just a few minutes. If you are in these areas, again, in that red polygon in Gordon County, getting your tornado safe position right now, lowest floor of your home, the centermost part of your home, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and also stay away from windows. If you have a basement, again, the basement is the best spot to go. This is that center of circulation we're seeing now. Not quite as impressive as it was just a little bit earlier, but again, don't let your guard down yet as we have that rotation there. And again, this expands outward to include many other areas with the wind threat that we're watching too. Let's go to Melissa right now with some new information you're watching now. Melissa?
Yeah, we had a wind gust of 56 miles per hour in Rome as the storm was coming through, and we saw that live on our camera there in downtown Rome. But I want to talk a little bit more about these winds. The National Weather Service, they're currently analyzing the velocity data, deciding if they're going to issue a new tornado warning. But at the meantime, the winds have really been picking up in the metro, and these are the wind gusts as the line of storms move through. Trees down on power lines, trees that are down left and right, causing power outages. But let me show you what's new since noon today. When you watch us on 11 Alive, maybe news at noon, we now have a high wind warning, and this is in this orange color on the map. It includes all of northwest Georgia down to Cobb County, down to Douglas County in that high wind warning. We don't see these issued very very often. There could be wind gusts of up to 60 miles per hour. That's not just in advance of these storms, but after this line of storms moves through with that heavy rain, that threat of damaging winds, we're still going to see wind gusts for about another hour to 2 hours that could still be 45, 50, 55 miles per hour potentially as these storms are going through. Trees down coming in, Chris, from Chattooga County, Catoosa County, trees coming down. They have over 662 customers in Chattooga County, that's out near Somerville area, that are without power right now. That is Georgia Power customers without power. Let me show you the forecast of these winds the next couple of hours. This is 3 o'clock today, so where we are right now, we're seeing the winds again gusting in the metro already over 40 miles per hour. As we get that line coming through, the winds don't subside immediately. Still through about 7 o'clock, we're going to see these winds that could gust in excess of 40 miles per hour. So we track that tornado threat, the threat of damaging winds, Chris, within the main line, but also the winds outside of these storms are going to be dangerous for the next couple of hours as well.
And we have some new information in for the Weather Service as we continue to watch that line of storms in northwest Georgia. We're most likely going to see a new tornado warning issued out of this as we keep watching that circulation that is holding together right now. Andrew, you were just watching that warning. What exactly are they saying with that location of where we could see that new warning coming out?
Yes, at the National Weather Service, they're telling us right now that it's looking like the circulation is increasing in northern Bartow County, going into northwest Cherokee County. Looks like what they're talking about is going to be closer on towards Gum Springs.
Yeah, that's what we see right there.
Yeah, you can kind of see right there just along 140 moving towards Gum Springs, and then that would then, of course, stretch into northwest Cherokee County if it does continue that path.
All right, so that is, again, what we're standing by for. We've been focusing. Okay, it just came in right here. Brand new tornado warning. Melissa's got the information.
345. It's moving still northeast at 60 miles per hour rotation, just 4 miles northwest of Pine Log.
All right, so Andrew just put up the counties that you see here for Bartow County, Gilmer County, Gordon County, and Pickens County. This is the latest tornado warning that has just come in from the National Weather Service. We've got really along this line, kind of different areas where we've had some of that rotation. This is now the rotation that is building here just to the east of Adairsville. Again, that has crossed over 75. We were watching some broad rotation up in this area, but now along this part right here, we have that rotation that is now moving again to the north and east very quickly at about 65 miles an hour, and we'll keep moving into that direction. So in Fairmount, Pine Log. Now, you see Cherokee County, you see of course, we've got the tornado watch down below us that you see here, as well as the tornado warnings that we have in effect. Cherokee County is included in this warning right now, but it's far northern parts of Cherokee County. Not all of Cherokee County is included in this. We're talking the far northern parts of the county included in that, where you can see again, this is over from Gordon County, the northern parts of Bartow County, that's near Pine Log, the northern parts of Bartow. Fairmount is into Gordon County, and then this would expand over into parts of Pickens County and also into Gilmer County. We have the latest tracks right now. This is based on the speed of that rotation that is moving over to the east. Andrew, what do you have?
And the National Weather Service has slowed this down a little bit. They're saying 60 miles per hour, so still moving pretty quick, but just by a little bit.
The last one was 65. Now this one is showing 60 mile an hour winds. That's a good update to have, and that then changes. Andrew is measuring this out based on the speed of the storm, showing an arrival in Gum Springs at around 317. Right now we are at 316, so that's 1 minute. In Gum Springs, you need to be in your tornado safe position right now, because that'd be moving into your area right now. Yarbrough's Mill at 323, Fairmount at 328, and then if that held together, it would be into Ranger at 334, Leudeville around 338, moving over toward the north and to the east for these storms with that rotation. Again, this is to the north and west of the Atlanta area. These storms, as we've been mentioning, moving very quickly, and still, if you're not in this tornado warning, but you're in line for this line of storms to move your way, you could still have winds that are very strong. We're talking, 60 plus mile an hour winds. Over in Alabama, we had winds that were between 70 and 80 miles an hour. That would be strong enough to cause some big damage with some trees coming down. So as we're focusing on that potential tornado, that is radar indicated, guys, right? We don't have any new information about it being observed or anything.
Yes, it's
Correct.
Radar indicated, but we did get some new information. There's evidently Could be some trees onto a building on Shorter College's campus. That's reported by college staff. So we have our news desk that's going to be checking in on that.
That would be back closer into Floyd County near Rome, where Shorter College is located. So what happens is a lot of times we get these damage reports after the storms have moved through. So we're going to be checking out that damage over near Shorter. This is where that rotation is right here. This is the reflectivity mode that we have right now that shows us the heaviest rain, the heavy rain, moderate and light rain here. The darker colors indicating that. And often with this reflectivity mode, we can see some notches within that, which would show some potential of rotation, as well as that velocity mode, which shows where the where the winds are, and any rotation with any of the raindrops within that there. And this is the part right now that we're watching with that potential rotation. So this is to the south and east of Calhoun, and then also moving closer to the Jasper area. We have gotten reports out of Chattooga County here behind this line that the sun is already out. So the storms are moving through very quickly, and the sun is already appearing in northwest Georgia, but even behind these storms, that wind is still really kicking up there in those areas. So this is again what we're watching here with this potential rotation. Go ahead and take the clouds off. Yeah, I like to focus just on this rain reflectivity that we have right now, but we do have plenty of cloudy skies here. The clouds are important though in showing us if we're seeing any breaks in those clouds with the sun coming through ahead of this. That could add to the instability. So additional cloud cover is better for us to keep some of that heating away from some of that sunshine. So here's what we're watching here from Pine Log over into Fairmount. This is the area right now. This is far northern parts of Bartow County, and then far northern parts of Cherokee County, where we have that polygon indicating that tornado warning that's in effect. In Jasper, I want you guys to be in your tornado safe positions as this storm is going to be pushing your way here in just a minute. This is going to be in effect again until 3:45 this afternoon. The counties included Bartow County, Gilmer County, Gordon County, and Pickens County in this warning until 3:45. And again, the far northern part, northern Cherokee is in it, right? Andrew and Melissa?
Very
yes.
far north.
Yeah,
yes,
very far north. It wasn't listed here, but that's because
And
there's
it
multiple
is not
counties.
Woodstock itself, but the sirens in Cherokee County are going off, which they issue them countywide, which is confusing.
Yeah, so you may be hearing sirens in central parts of Cherokee County and southern parts of Cherokee County. You're not in the warning. It's for the northern, far northern part of your county, also up into Pickens County. So this is going to be bearing down on Jasper in just a little while. And that's the strongest part of the storm. Very heavy rain with it, strong winds, and also we've got the lightning in association with it too. There's that part of the circulation between Pine Log and Fairmount, pretty much on that line. What we're seeing there from the Gordon County line and the northern Bartow County line, and that pretty much is going to be moving in along that Cherokee County line and the Pickens County line too, over toward Jasper. Now, southern parts of Gilmer County near Cartacay, you are included in this tornado warning. Right now, the circulation is well to the south of you, but as this moves up toward the north and east very quickly, it may move over into the southern parts of Gilmer County, coming up really within the next 20 minutes or so. So that's the line that we're watching, the trajectory of that storm moving up again toward the north and to the east. So this is well to the north of the metro Atlanta area, north and west of us, but still the entire line is covering a big part of north and northwest Georgia and over into west Georgia, where we have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings in effect as well. This would push into Tate, Georgia around 3:59, over Funkhauser really in just a few minutes here at 3:23, and then there's Ludeville right here at 3:38. Cartacay, if it makes it into your area, that would be, we think, after 4 o'clock this afternoon around 4:11 for those storms to roll on into your area. Let's take a look at reflectivity. Yeah, I want to give the perspective of how this looks here. This is Atlanta. So if you're in Metro Atlanta wondering why are we covering up your programming, we want to be ahead of the storm for you in the metro area as we are tracking these storms. Of course, we're letting the folks know in North Georgia where we have these tornado warnings in effect. One tornado warning that includes multiple counties, and then also even outside of that specific tornado warning, that entire line can have some damaging winds with those numerous severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Andrew has a track on this right now to show not the individual cells, but also the whole line as it's moving over to the east. It would push over into Juneau, we think around 338, Cartersville at 331, over into Canton at 343, Kennesaw at 349, Marietta at 356. Again, that's not where tornadic activity would be, but we're tracking the whole line, which would be that heavy rain as well as the strong winds in association with that. We're talking about winds of 60 miles an hour or greater. This line of storms does have a history of producing some damage with trees down back into Alabama. We have numerous reports of trees down there in northwest Georgia as well. Melissa, you have any new information from what you're seeing?
So they're saying that the rotation is a little bit broader now. It's in Pickens County, but also I'm noticing a lot of emergency management officials, even outside of where that tornado warning is, saying that they're getting a lot more trees down. Emergency management in Cobb County is saying they're starting to get some trees and power lines down. And I was just checking on Georgia Power's outage map. There are over 2,000 power outages right now that are just northwest of the Cartersville area. But these power outages are increasing incrementally as that line inches its way east. And it's not just from the line again, it's in advance of the line, behind the line. We have these really strong wind gusts that will persist for a couple of hours in North Georgia. So again, we still have the tornado warning, and that rotation is a little bit broader in the latest scans. That's right over Pickens County, but the warning continues until 3:45 today. There is damage behind this line from the strong winds with it, and the warnings that go in advance of it, not the tornado warning, but these severe thunderstorm warnings themselves. These are actually for winds up to 70 miles per hour. So this is a new type of warning that came out a couple years ago, where we call this not just a severe thunderstorm warning, but a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, because it can cause that type of damage. So again, the tornado warning continues. Still rotation that's a little bit over Jasper, 8 miles west of Jasper, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. But Chris, still radar indicated, not seeing any confirmation of a tornado touchdown on our radar signatures as of right now.
All right, I want to take a look at our tower cam in Rome right now. Actually, let's take a look at Blue Ridge. I believe that's in remote 58.
59.
Well, here's Rome right now. All right, and we're seeing the improvements in Rome. It's still very windy now, but in that same remote 58, I believe, is Rome. Let's put in Blue Ridge, because that's here in North Georgia, where we're seeing that rain that's getting a little bit heavier now in the Blue Ridge area. So that would be the next spot that would see some of these, that heavier rain and some of the stronger storms moving through. We're going to be cycling through some of these tower cams. We'll show you in a little while our North Side Hospital Tower Cam 2, looking toward the north and west as these storms are going to be approaching the Atlanta area. So now let's take this full, because I want to show you what we're watching with this entire system. Again, this is well to the north and west of the Atlanta area in northwest Georgia, where we're seeing these storms moving through. We have the rotation over in this area right here, where you see the red polygon. That includes Pickens County right now, and that extends over, let's see, if it's still in northern Cherokee. I can't tell if they've updated this to take any of those counties out. Andrew?
Pickens. It looks like it's just Pickens.
Pickens, Gilmer, and Dawson counties.
Pickens, Gilmer, and Dawson. So northern parts of Cherokee County, you're no longer in that warning. It is Pickens County, also into Dawson County, and the southern parts of Gilmer County. So they've just updated this warning right here. This is north of Canton, right there at 70. Actually, it's already to the east of 75, but it's getting closer there, just north of 575. We'll zoom in just a little bit tighter right there and look at that reflectivity now that they've just updated that warning. And you can see these areas that we're watching right here. That is the part near Leudeville. All right, really now that center of that notch that we're watching right here, this is north of Waleska. Here is Tate, there's Leudeville. All right, so that center of circulation pretty much is now just to the east of Leudeville. Continuing to move on over to the east, here is Jasper right here. All right, the new scans just coming in here showing again Jasper would be next in line for these storms. This is the county line from Pickens County into the southern parts of Gilmer County. That's the part we're watching right here. This is where we're seeing that rotation right now, the center of that, we think just to the east of Leudeville. So Jasper, you would be next in line for this circulation potential tornado that as it moves over to the east of you, moving very quickly at about 60 miles an hour. Earlier, the storm was moving 65. Now it's 60 miles an hour. I know that's just a 5-mile-per-hour difference. That is still a very fast-moving storm, considering, you know, a lot of people driving 55, 60 miles an hour on the interstates. This storm is moving at about that fast. Right here, again, so Dawson, Gilmer, and Pickens counties are in this warning until 3:45. A tornado warning with the circulation. Doppler radar indicated, but we are getting some reports of damage along not only just where we have the tornado warning, but along this entire line where we have the severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. So Jasper, definitely be in your tornado safe positions here, as this is going to be moving your way here by about 3:57, we think is the timeline for Jackson. Before that, it would be Talking Rock at 3:49. Before that, Jerusalem at 3:29. And then after Jasper, it would be Grandview at 4:06, Marble Hill at around 4:15 for that track of the storm continuing to move north and east. There's Marble Hill right there. There's Jasper. Here's Talking Rock. There's Jerusalem. So Jerusalem, you're next in line. And again, over near Jasper, I want you to be prepared too for that center of circulation to quickly move into your area there north of Atlanta, north and west of us. Right now, the main ingredients that we've been seeing with this are higher in North Georgia compared to what we have in Metro Atlanta, but I don't want you here in Metro Atlanta to let your guard down, because we will see this line of storms moving through with heavy rain and also the very strong winds in association with that as well. Let's widen out just a little bit more here, and let's go back to reflectivity too, so we can see the rain here in association with it. And there's a look at all of the warnings. These severe thunderstorm warnings extend down into West Georgia. They're right along I-20 at Haralson County up into Polk County. Severe thunderstorm warning there for you with winds of 60 miles an hour or greater. Again, still holding on to a severe thunderstorm warning in the southern parts of Floyd County over into Bartow County. Even though you're not included in a tornado warning in Floyd and Bartow, I still want you to really be safe here with the very strong winds and that very heavy rain in association with that part of the storm coming in. This is where we run into the circulation right here as it's over Gordon County. And then we have additional strong storms, Fannin and Gilmer County. And again, the southern parts of Gilmer County are in a tornado warning, but the rest of the county in Gilmer and Fannin, we have a severe thunderstorm warning with some of those strong winds. Now, as we've been saying, we told you this yesterday, we've been really talking about this a lot today. You don't have to be in this line of storms to get destructive winds, to get strong winds, to get damage, because these winds are still very strong in these severe thunderstorm warnings that we have right now. And again, that's going to be pushing toward the Metro Atlanta area. Here we are right now at 3:29. I'm expecting that a lot of this is going to be into Atlanta between 4 and 6 o'clock, with that line crossing through the metro area and then passing east of the city, we think, after the 6 o'clock hour with that movement over toward the east. Here is again a look at the line of showers and storms. The time frame based on how the line is moving would be just before 5 o'clock over the city of Atlanta. But before that, excuse me, it would be in Canton at 4:01, Kennesaw at 4:13, Marietta 4:25, Roswell at 4:34 over the city of Atlanta. And then east of us, we're thinking as you get closer to 5 o'clock, that would be over into DeKalb County or the Tucker area, right on the DeKalb and Gwinnett County line. We're thinking just 2 minutes before 5 o'clock at around 4:58. So tracking numerous things. Number one, the main line with very heavy rain and very gusty winds, thunderstorm wind gusts, but then there are also some non-thunderstorm wind gusts outside of the rain areas that could still cause some damage. And we're getting reports of that over in northwest Georgia, and numerous reports of that back into Alabama too. Andrew, you've got some new information?
Just something that I've noticed while analyzing the radar here. The lightning, the amount of lightning that we had with that storm that has the tornado warning has really calmed down.
Yes.
That's some good news to see. That lets us know the intensity of the storm has calmed down a little bit. And I wasn't sure if you were kind of seeing the same thing. I know that you're kind of tackling the whole thing, but I was analyzing the radar right here, and I kind of noticed that lightning activity really calming down with that storm.
And something else we've noticed too, there's not a lot of lightning on the southern parts of this too, which is good news. Where we've had most of the energy and most of the instability and most of that lightning, it's been there in northwest Georgia, and that may hold just to the north of Metro Atlanta where those storms would be strongest. August. So I believe, is this, I think they just updated this severe thunderstorm warning right here that now extends over into Paulding County. Potentially, is that something new that just came in?
That's been out all the way down to the I-20 corridor for a little while. That runs until 3:45.
Okay, I thought it stopped at Paulding. So anyway, that one's still in effect until 3:45 with the strong winds. Melissa, I know you got some new information there too.
Yeah, you know, there are so many trees coming down, but our assignment desk was talking to Rome County, and they're saying the fire department says they have trees and power lines down all throughout the county. I want to just show you the big picture of all of these damage reports that we've been getting in, because there's a lot. There's a lot of damage reports. It doesn't take a tornado to cause trees down. Look at this whole map. Each one of these represents trees down, and the reports are coming in minute by minute. You'll notice here, even Western Cobb County, that's at Jim R. Miller Park. There are some trees down there. They've got some trees already scattered throughout Cherokee County, even though the trees are the line of storms are just now moving in. A Daresville storm spotter said where there was a tornado warning earlier, Chris, really bad winds. The power's out into Daresville now, but still no confirmation of anyone seeing a tornado. But based on the radar kind of depiction, it probably would have been rain wrapped, likely.
All right, so that's good information that we have, and we'll be analyzing that damage coming in. I want to take you up to Northwest Georgia right now. Storm Tracker Thunder Truck has been in Rome. Bo Beth Yates joins us right now. Bo Beth, you guys are still in Rome where you're seeing things improving a little bit, right? Tell me your location and what you're seeing. All right, so we don't have Bo Beth chatting right now. If she's able to talk to us, just there we are. Bo Beth, are you there?
So, yes, I am definitely here, and it's been a wild ride up here. So we are having situations where we're getting small bursts of rain, but very heavy rain, but they're very quick. So it's not lasting very long, and then the winds continue to be picking up in the area. Right now we're driving on 411, and as we go around the loop in Rome, we're definitely seeing a lot. So I wanted to show you this shot really quickly from the top of our camera. You can see a lot of the trees in this area were where we saw some of the damage. In fact, we're coming around this corner. We went over here earlier, and what we did see is a lot of the side roads. They had small trees that were broken and just flying everywhere. Not major damage, but definitely enough to cause debris and some cleanup. There were also power lines that were out and some traffic lights that were out. So the damage from the wind is definitely showing itself in this area. But we're going to continue to drive around and kind of follow the storm as it's making its way south and bring you more updates on some of this damage. But before we start heading back south, we're going to make one stop. We're going to one of the local colleges where some of that damage is. So we'll have some updates for you probably in around 10 or so.
All right, Bo Beth just lost her signal there. A lot of times when you get on those roads during the storms, the signal is kind of hard to keep. She's most likely going back toward Shorter College over near Rome, where we have reports of trees down there on the campus. This is the line of storms continuing to push on through. I know this is up in North Carolina here, but there's a new tornado warning issued there. So that just kind of goes to show you that this entire line of storms is very strong. So, you know, again, that's up into parts of North Carolina, Cherokee County, North Carolina, not Cherokee County, Georgia, and Monroe County, North Carolina. So again, that's just for informational reasons to let you know that this line of storms is very strong here. Let's go back to this one here that is over into parts of Gordon County. This is Dawson, Gilmer, and Pickens County, where we have this tornado warning that is still in effect here. Gordon County no longer included in this. So this is now the red polygon is a little bit smaller as the National Weather Service is kind of narrowing down their focus a little bit of where we are seeing this rotation that is moving through right now. North of Tate, between Cartacay and Tate right now, pushing up toward the north and east, again moving very quickly. I'm assuming it's still around 60 miles an hour is the speed of this. This is near Talking Rock. We really think that the center of that circulation most likely is a little bit to the east of Talking Rock. That's just also to the south of Cartacay. Continuing to watch this around Highway 108. All right, so here's Jasper. Remember we told you a little while ago, if you're in Jasper, be in your tornado safe positions. Now this storm is near Jasper, between Jasper and Talking Rock, right here. This is the part of the the circulation along 136 and then Highway 108 right here, just south of Cartacay. This is the part where we see the circulation. Andrew's drawing the arrows right here. We have winds going in different directions, and where you see that, we often get that rotation coming within that. That is what has prompted this tornado warning. And guys, this is still radar indicated, right? We don't have any observed or anything, right?
We do not, but as Andrew was talking about a couple minutes ago, the radar going down, the lightning count, the Weather Service is noting that and saying there's a downtrend in the radar trends. Also, you know, this is really far from the radar, and radars can pick up that rotation very well when it's close to them, but when it's far away, we're seeing so high up in the clouds that it's often hard to see how tight the rotation is close to the ground. And that's why they often hold on to these warnings a little bit longer when it's far away from the radar. But in the meantime, Chris, it's all about these wind gust reports and all the trees down, power lines down throughout Gordon County, Cherokee County, Cobb County that I'm seeing. We have a lot of trees down even outside this line of storm. So that warning, the tornado warning, still lasts for a few more minutes till 3:45, Dawson, Gilmer, and Pickens counties. But we're noticing the winds as the storms get closer to the metro. This is our live camera right here over the top side of the perimeter. The winds are really picking up, Chris, here in the metro.
And, you know, and that's what we've been talking about. Even outside of these storms, I want you to be aware the winds are very strong. We've got that wind advisory in effect and then a high wind warning in effect for a big part of North Georgia, where we see these very strong winds. And so you don't have to be in one of these storms to have some damage. We can still get some damage outside of the storms. There's the high wind warning over North Georgia and extending down to and along I-20 there on the west side. Atlanta and over to the east of us, we have a wind advisory here in effect too, but we're talking about those winds gusting to 50 miles an hour or greater in many spots. And again, even outside of that line of storms. Within the storms, we have been seeing winds that are 60, 70, and over in Alabama, we had some that were even close to 80 mile an hour winds. We just have an update, looks like here from the Storm Prediction Center, showing that level 3 risk. This has been a slight update here. Earlier, the level 3 risk pretty much extended here along I-20 and included the metro Atlanta area. Now, the Storm Prediction Center is focusing that energy with that level 3 of 5 risk that is now over mainly North Georgia, where we're seeing those storms that are a little bit stronger. Here in metro Atlanta, along I-20 and to the south of I-20, it's the level 2 risk. The level 1 risk is down to the south and also to the east of us. So that's a little bit of encouraging news. Again, I don't want people here in Atlanta to let your guard down as this next line of storms moves in, but this just gives us the guidance of what we are already seeing here on radar, of noticing the trends that the strongest part of this is really north of Atlanta. The southern flank that we have here that will be west of Atlanta that's moving our way is not as strong as it was earlier. Melissa has some new info.
They are going to let this warning expire at 3:45. The radar trends are really showing that that rotation has weakened. It's broader, but nonetheless, severe thunderstorm warnings continue along the line with really strong winds, but they're going to let the warning expire at 3:45 today. Power outages are really going up as that line of storms passes through, Chris, but as of now, no new tornado warnings going to be issued.
All right, that is some good news. I'm glad that we are able to get that information to you right now, but again, don't let your guard down. Even though this tornado warning is set to expire, again, it's that small red polygon that you see there north of the city. Melissa just telling us the National Weather Service saying they will let this expire at 3:45. We're no longer seeing any indications of that extending over to the east, but still all of us are in a tornado watch that is going to be in effect until 8 o'clock. Now, they're probably going to start taking some counties in northwest Georgia out of this watch. The first one for northwest Georgia was supposed to expire at 5 o'clock, but they're probably going to start taking some of these counties out. But then these counties over on the east side, this is supposed to be in effect until 8 o'clock. Once the line moves through, they'll take some of those counties out as well. But this just goes to show us north of I-20 is where we have most of that energy, where we can see some tornadoes develop, as well as far north Georgia is where more of that energy is located here as well. Andrew, on the radar that you see here, I've got one of the products there that shows the STP that you can get there. I'd like to see if we're seeing any changes in the significant tornado parameter ahead of this. All right, so where you see the tornado environment here, again, where you see the reds and those colors there that are very high. It doesn't mean that's where tornadoes are definitely going to happen. This is just a look at our environment to show you, as these storms move through, that where we have the ingredients that are conducive for rotating storms to develop. So we still have a pretty impressive tornado environment here in our area, showing those storms moving through that can tap into some of that energy and give us some rotating thunderstorms. But for the most part, we're thinking more of that energy is there on the north side. And then by later on, we're thinking 5, 6 o'clock. 6, 7 o'clock, this is going to be well to the east of us, and we'll no longer have this threat. We just have to wait for this band to move through very quickly. Now back to radar. Right now we're at 342, and this warning is set to expire at 345, the tornado warning there. But again, we don't want you to let your guard down with this, because along this line we have some very strong winds, and we're still going to hold on to numerous severe thunderstorm warnings here along this line, and we expect those to move eastward also into the Atlanta area for the severe thunderstorm warnings for us. So we may hold on to our coverage a little bit longer. I'll wait for some direction from some of our producers here. If we want to, I think it'd be a good idea to hold on to our coverage a little bit longer as this moves into Atlanta. Even though we don't have tornado warnings with this, we still have very strong winds in association with these storms that are going to be passing through the metro Atlanta area. And again, these storms have a history of producing some damage there. We also have numerous power outages with it too in parts of northwest Georgia. Some very strong winds there too. Melissa?
Well, I think we had a video one of our storm trackers sent in from Shannon, Georgia, which was in between Adairsville and Rome. If that's ready, can we pull that up? Because it has a wind vane in it. It's a really good video that shows the power of the winds as the thunderstorm line comes through. But again, the warning is expiring at 3:45 today. Our newest updates that we're getting in is that the power outages that we're starting to see in the downed trees now extend as far east as Henry County. And you'll notice Henry County there, just east of Peachtree City, the winds are only gusting there to about 30 miles per hour. So the winds are picking up. But if we can get that video up, I'd love to show that before we close, Chris.
Yeah, that's fine. And again, we may hold on even longer after this warning expires, the tornado warning, even after that expires up in the Dawson County area, just because these storms are moving closer to us.
While it's up on me, I'll go ahead and show you. This is a live picture of Blue Ridge. This is great because you see the power lines, and that gives you kind of a reference point for how the winds are blowing in the wind. Let me also show you our live camera as the clouds darken. This is from near Northside Hospital, looking west over the top side of the perimeter. You can see the clouds are starting to darken as everything's starting to move in. Let me show you the video now. We just got it in. So this is from in front of our 11 Alive storm trackers, Chuck Fuller, out in Shannon, Georgia, which, if you're not familiar, that is just northeast of Rome, right along Highway 53, and you can see the wind vane there. That's what I love about this video. You can see the winds blowing that wind vane around, the sheets of rain coming down. That was as the storms were coming into Rome and Floyd County. And we're hearing that from the Chief Troc Broy, the fire chief out in Rome, that there are trees, they're getting really overwhelmed with how many trees are down in the county.
And again, as we've been stressing all afternoon, this is just an example. This video that you're seeing here, this is in that line of storms with the very strong winds that are blowing through. But you can even see the winds kicking up outside of that line of storms. The storms have not moved into Henry County yet, but Melissa just reported power outages in Henry County due to the strong winds that are moving through. This is the line right now. This is is this a new severe thunderstorm warning now? That is a large severe thunderstorm warning that includes numerous counties here. So this is pretty much along 575 and 75 here north of the city. I know that this box that Andrew has up for us, I don't think it's including all of those, but these are the ones so far: Bartow, Cherokee, Cobb, and Paulding. So you can see here, this is even up toward Canton. So Cherokee County here, also back into Bartow County. This goes into Cobb County, where we have the severe thunderstorm warning. Paulding County is in this, and this extends all the way down to I-20 there, including still Haralson County, parts of Polk County, and it's right near Douglas County here too, where we have this severe thunderstorm warning. So here we are in Atlanta. This is just to the west of the city. along this line of storms, you guys have the text there, Andrew. Is it saying considerable or just winds still of 60 miles an hour?
It's saying winds of 60 miles per hour, correct.
All right. Now, what Melissa was telling us earlier, now within these severe thunderstorm warnings, we can actually have levels of severe thunderstorm warnings, whether or not it would be classified as considerable damage or destructive damage there. This is what we call a regular severe thunderstorm warning with those winds of around 60 miles an hour or greater, and this entire line is moving over to the east. So we also have here those storms there going toward Yorkville at about 357, Holly Springs at 409, Kennesaw at 418 with the line, not the individual cells. This is the line moving over toward the east, again getting closer to the metro Atlanta area. Melissa, you have some new info.
Yes, so we actually have the fire chief from Rome who is on the phone right now to talk to us about damage, because we have been getting a lot of damage reports in from Rome and Floyd County. So Chief Troy Brock is on the phone right now. Troy, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. We're hearing that you have gotten a lot of calls in of trees and power lines down throughout Floyd County. Can you describe some of that damage and how many calls you've been getting in and responding to?
Yes, we're getting inundated with calls up here. We got a lot of widespread damage with high winds, probably 60 plus mile an hour, leveled trees. They're on houses, took down power lines. It's just a lot of damage, and we're still answering calls.
Did you say
constantly.
some of those trees were on top of houses, you said?
Correct.
Is there any one part of Rome or Floyd County that you're seeing the damage more concentrated in than another?
Not necessarily. It is very widespread, stretches from east to west, and more probably on the north side, but not so much on the south side that we're seem to be experiencing. We've had a few calls on the south side, but
we have a live camera in downtown Rome that we were looking at earlier, and it was just crazy how the winds were blowing everything around. But that tornado warning that was issued was on the north side of Rome, like you were talking about. For residents who may just have gone through these storms and they have trees that might be down in their neighborhood, do you have any recommendations of what they should be doing right now?
yes, right now, I would stay in the house, just stay in place, because there could be power lines wrapped up in the trees, and they could still be live. Georgia Power's covered up, no way they can get to all of them. We're answering all we can to try to ascertain whether or not the power lines are still live. But it's just going to be a process to get to everybody.
And you said you were being inundated by calls still. How many crews roughly do you have out that are trying to assist people that might be impacted?
Well, we have 10 stations, and currently, basically they're all out. We've manned reserve truck as well. So when we have a call log, had as many as 16 calls that we had logged that we're trying to get to.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Chief Troy Brock from the Rome Fire Department. Again, if you are in Floyd County right now, he's recommending that you just stay put where you are. Don't approach any of the roads where the trees and the power lines might be down, because those lines could still be live. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Chris?
All right, let's give you an update now on what we see. We are staying on air with you at least until 4 o'clock. We'll make a decision at 4 if we want to extend that coverage, even though we no longer have any tornado warnings in effect. That's when we usually cover up programming, when we have tornado warnings in effect. Well, the last one expired at 3:45. However, these storms, even though we don't have any additional tornado warnings, these storms are still very strong. We're talking winds 60 to 70 miles an hour with these storms, and they're just now getting closer to the Atlanta area. You can see this very large severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect. That includes numerous counties just to the west of Atlanta and northwest of Atlanta. Additional severe thunderstorm warnings there in North Georgia. They're lining up here along this area of rain that is moving into the metro area. So again, even though we don't have a tornado warning in effect, we really want to continue warning you about the strong winds in association with it. And this is going to be bearing down on the city of Atlanta here in just a little bit. A thin line of storms, but they're very strong with the heavy rain, with the wind gusts, and also the lightning with it. Now, we're seeing the bigger concentration of lightning more to the north, but even to the west of us, the lightning hasn't totally disappeared. We still have some lightning strikes there along that on the southern part of this line as it goes down there to along I-20. So as you can see here, I'm going to just kind of show you our query tool that we have doesn't show all the counties because we have so many counties. So I'm just going to show you here. This is into Haralson County, the northern parts of Carroll County, western parts of Polk County included in the severe thunderstorm warning. Also Paulding County, northwestern Cobb County. We also have eastern parts of Bartow County, and then much of Cherokee County included in this one severe thunderstorm warning. Numerous counties with that. And then as you move up to the north, you've got Pickens County, Dawson County, Gilmer County, Fannin County, also pushing over into Union County and parts of the northern areas of Lumpkin County there, where there is that other severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. The main thing we're seeing along that line, the heavy rain, the lightning, as well as those very strong winds. Now, the entire line is moving quickly over to the east. This is going to be bearing down on the city of Atlanta. We're thinking here in the city, most likely that's going to be here once we get to around between 4:45 and 5:15 to 5:30, we think, when this is going to be pushing through the Atlanta area. The north side getting in on that a little faster. South side, it'll be a little bit behind that. I see that Melissa has some picture of some tree damage there. Melissa,
yes,
what do you have?
this is from out in Hiawassee. One of our 11 Alive storm trackers, Lauren, just posted this, and you can see this massive, what looks like a pine tree. So it's not one of the most sturdy of trees, but it has come down across the road that Lauren was trying to pass over. So this is just a picture example of what we're seeing scattered all throughout North Georgia. Even outside the thunderstorm risk are those strong winds, and that high wind warning lasts until we get into 11 o'clock tonight. Let me show you some of these wind gusts in the last hour, the last 30 minutes. Marietta gusting to 36 miles per hour, 39 up in Canton and Blairsville. 52 mile per hour wind gust. Chris, the highest wind gust I've seen on this map today was 54 miles per hour as we passed the storms through Rome. But of course, that is just exactly at the airport. It could have been much stronger somewhere else. And that's why some of the warnings, when they were issued in Northwest Georgia, were not just the standard severe thunderstorm warnings. They were those considerable warnings for winds of 70 miles per hour.
All right, the line getting closer to Atlanta. It'll be here in just a little bit. Here's the latest we have on that tornado watch. We just have some counties now in Northwest Georgia that have been taken out of the tornado watch. This part of the watch was supposed to be in effect until 5 o'clock, but they've taken some of these counties out, like over toward Rome, Chattooga County, Dade, Walker, Catoosa, Whitfield County, Murray County, also Gordon County, no longer included in this tornado watch, but the tornado watch is still in effect for much of the metro area and north and east of us. This part of the storm of the watch north and east of us is supposed to be in effect until 8 o'clock this evening. Andrew has some new info too.
Yeah, and we just got this in from the National Weather Service that there are power lines down near Kennesaw State University on Chastain Road and Frey Road. So that's a pretty busy area up there at 575 and 75. Just to let you know that this was a non-thunderstorm gust that had done this, that had caused this damage. So that just lets you know, out in front of this, closer on down towards 575 and 75 are here where Kennesaw State is. We've had some strong winds, and I know a lot of people are getting ready to leave work. A lot of people are picking up their kids from either childcare or school. Some of these side roads, we're going to have the issue of power lines down, and it's going to be important to check the weather before you leave the house right now.
And that is a perfect example, Andrew, of what we've been talking about today, that even outside of this line of storms, you could see wind damage. And we have results of that right now and evidence of that right now. As he mentioned, near Kennesaw State, trees down there now, where we have these storms that aren't even to your area yet. These are just the winds ahead of it that are very strong. And so even though you may not be in a severe thunderstorm warning for your area, the winds are really kicking up ahead of it. And you can see damage even ahead or even behind the line of storms, as those winds are going to be strong really on both sides of it. So this is the line. Here we are in Atlanta. We're nearing the 4 o'clock hour. I'm looking right now at 3:56. we're going to have to make a decision at 4. We were going to hang on until 4 o'clock, but I'm going to let Andrew and Melissa kind of carry on with this coverage for the next couple of minutes. Going to have a discussion about whether or not we need to stay on just a little bit longer here, because as these storms are bearing in on the city, even though we don't have an active tornado warning, we do need to keep an eye on these storms that are rolling through. So a lot of counties in a severe thunderstorm warning right now as these storms are getting closer to the Atlanta area. So Melissa is going to kind of keep us posted on this while we go make some decisions right now.
And as we were talking about earlier, we were on air first because we had tornado warnings for several areas that were starting north in Floyd County, and they continued into Pickens County and Gilmer counties. But at this point, it's just this line of storms, and along this line of storms, we could have damaging winds. But it's in advance of this, and right behind it by about 2 hours, that we're seeing really strong winds picking up. So these severe thunderstorm warnings, now this is kind of coinciding with when schools are getting out, and you're debating, maybe do I go and get my child from daycare right now or wait until after? Let's time these out, because those are some decisions that might impact your drive home. Andrew, let's zoom into the northwest metro counties and kind of time out these storms advancing east. And they're on your doorstep, northwestern Cobb County. So they're moving into Ackworth right now, moving into Canton right now. We still have about 20 minutes before they make it into downtown Woodstock. But Ackworth, I mean, within the next 10 minutes, the rain itself will arrive, but we know the winds are already very strong there. It's already been downing trees and power lines up there in Cherokee County and northern Cobb County, Woodstock area by 4:25. And as this line holds together, pushing further east at about 60 miles an hour, it's going to make it into Powder Springs by 4:39. Marietta, so that's downtown Marietta. Of course, Marietta encompasses a very large area. 4:42, Roswell by 4:50, and then Smyrna by 4:54. So I would expect, as we approach the 5 o'clock rush today, this line of storms is right on top of Atlanta. It's moving inside the perimeter. So if you've got to get home from work, or if you got to go pick up the kids from school or something, and you're up in Cobb County or up in Cherokee County, you're about running out of time there. Cobb County, you have just a little bit longer. If you're in Marietta, those storms should be there in about by 4:42. So in about 30 to 40 minutes, depending on where you are in the county. So we're not looking at a huge flooding threat, though, with this, because it's a skinny line of storms. So these storms are only passing through for a short amount of time. So although we can see some ponding water on the roads, those typical spots on the roads that just do not drain water very well, we're not looking at a widespread flooding threat. It's more that strong wind threat that's been with us throughout the afternoon. Andrew, could you pull up some of the wind reports, and let's just show you the big picture of it. And also in the booth, if we're able to pull up that Georgia Power outage map, I would love to show that, because that shows the wind gusts scattered everywhere that have been causing some power outages. Look at this. The storms haven't even made it to Cobb and Cherokee counties yet, and we already have roof damage near Woodstock because of downed trees. We've got power lines down. That was in Kennesaw, right by Kennesaw State University. Chastain Road, right by I-75, Frey Road, that's kind of on the western side of campus there. Tree down that is on Chimney Springs Drive, near Revere Drive as well. That's in Cobb County. And then more trees down Woodley Road. So we're seeing a lot of these trees down scattered throughout the metro area. And again, that severe thunderstorm warning that continues for our northwestern counties here in the metro, that goes, what is it, till 4:30, Andrew?
Let me check on that. It goes until...
Just after.
I gotta scroll back in chat just a little bit.
While we're doing that, let's pull up the power outage map. I want to show you the big picture. Look at this. I mean, each one of these little circles represents where there's a cluster of power outages. And if we're able to zoom into some of these just near the Rome area, you can see how we start to see these bubbles of orange and blue showing up. That's where the power outages, where it's in that orange color. Can we click on some of those? Some of those power outages represent over 500 people. This one right here is 300 people. Let's click on that blue circle right there. That one is over 500 power outages. So we've got a lot of folks that are without power right now as these storms push through. And it's not just in Floyd County. Let's now go down to the western metro near Cobb County and such. You'll notice we've got a lot of the power outages on the north side of the metro as well. So Chris, severe thunderstorm warning continues for those northwestern metro counties, talking about all these power outages even outside the thunderstorms that are just from, little trees coming on power lines, and it There you go. Takes out the power for 500 people.
Yeah, we're going to stay on with you just a little bit longer here because we are watching these storms that are bearing down on the city. We really just want to hold on with our coverage. Even though we don't have any tornado warnings, these storms are impacting a lot of people. These storms have some very strong winds with them, and we're getting some damage. You don't just have to have a tornado warning or a tornado warned storm to cause damage. We are getting reports of damage out of this, so we're going to hold on with you a little bit longer as these storms approach the city of Atlanta and getting closer to the northern metro area and some more, highly populated areas here. We're seeing these winds that are very strong. We'll keep an eye on this part right here, just maybe a little bit of broad circulation that we're watching right there to the west of Holly Springs and west of Canton. Very strong winds here along with these storms. But the important thing I want you to know, no longer any tornado warnings in effect right now. These are all severe thunderstorm warnings, but I don't want to say just a severe thunderstorm warning. I know a lot of people think that's a level below a tornado warning. Some of these winds, even though we don't see much rotation with this right now, some of these winds would be strong enough of what we would see in an EF0 tornado. But it's just the structure of the storm is a little bit different here. So this is what we're watching bearing down here on the western metro counties and the north metro counties, where we have these very strong storms that are pushing now into our area with that very heavy rain. And numerous severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect here north and west of the city, and then in far north Georgia. Still getting that lightning really firing up there in North Georgia, where we have most of that energy with those storms there in the northern part of the state. This is in this warning right here, as you can see in those areas from Leudeville over to the east, including Dawson County into parts of Lumpkin County, where we see this severe thunderstorm warning in effect that goes over into Union County and over into the northern parts of White County, where we see this severe thunderstorm warning. Very heavy rain, thunder and lightning with that, and strong winds, not only just with that line of storms, but also ahead of that line of storms with the gusty winds that could cause some damage there too. So this part of the storm in North Georgia would be moving toward Canton at about 4:05, which is right now, with that part right there, into Holly Springs at 4:11, Milton at 4:40, so that's talking into the northern parts of Fulton County, Gainesville right over here around 5:03, Chestatee at about 4:46, Oakwood at about 5:06. So that's the trajectory of the entire line that keeps moving over toward the east. And then we've got this part of the storms here where we have this severe thunderstorm warning. That part is what's going to be moving closer to the downtown area. We think that would arrive here in the city most likely a little bit before 5 o'clock. Here's the latest track that Andrew's putting on it right now. Earlier we were showing 4:58. This is showing now 5:13. So let's just say roughly between 4:45 and 5:15 is when the center of these storms would be right over us here in the city of Atlanta, with those very heavy rain and also those gusty winds. I should say more than gusty winds, blustery, strong winds moving through the city. And again, this line has shown a history of producing damage as it has moved through parts of northwest Georgia, also back into Alabama. Melissa has some breaking information there, Melissa.
We're waiting on Bobeth Yates in the Thunder truck. We're going to have her in a couple minutes with some damage up in the Rome area.
All right. So that was some new information just coming in there to Melissa. Bobeth has been tracking these storms in northwest Georgia up in the Rome area. We have reports of some damage at Shorter College. I believe that's where they were going to go in Thunder truck, just to get an assessment of that damage there. So we have a new tornado warning just popping up right here. That is part of that rotation that I just showed you just a moment ago, right there, just to the west of Holly Springs. So I told you we were going to keep an eye on this. Go back to velocity and you can see what we're watching right there. That is the area of rotation that I just showed you a few minutes ago before the warning was issued. Now the National Weather Service is seeing this as well, and it looks like this is now tight enough for us to have a new tornado warning that is just now issued. This is just to the west of Holly Springs. This is north of Woodstock, just to the west of Holly Springs. The counties, this is including a lot of counties here, that polygon that's moving up toward the north and east. Andrew, what do you have on that latest
It's
warning?
moving east at 50 miles per hour.
All right, so the speed of this is moving east at 50 miles an hour. It is for Cherokee and Forsyth counties, all right? The northern parts here of Cherokee County, also moving up into Forsyth County. This does not include North Fulton right now. We'll have to keep an eye on that to see if North Fulton is going to be included in that, but this is the part of that circulation that I was just showing you before the warning was issued. Now that circulation is getting a little bit tighter, and it is moving in now with a tight enough of a circulation for the Weather Service to classify this as a radar indicated tornado warning that's in effect. And this is where the center of that circulation is right now. This is moving in over Ridge Road, also pushing along these roads right here. This is Highway 205. Here's River Green Avenue. Here is Holly Springs Parkway. There's Holly Springs right here. South Canton, you're in that polygon as well. And then that continues moving over toward Avery. You're in the polygon too. But the center of circulation is just to the west of you. Earlier, these storms were moving at about 65 miles an hour. Andrew just told us that the latest with this one, Andrew, did you say 50 or 55?
50.
50 miles an hour, moving up toward the north and to the east. So that is going to keep pushing into this direction near Holly Springs, near Canton, or maybe just to the south of Canton. Also keep an eye on this in Buffington, Avery, also into Hickory Flat. This is a radar indicated tornado warning that is in effect right now. We were watching that circulation just a few minutes ago that looked impressive there. As it's moving over toward the north and east, it has actually tightened up just a little bit more so that the National Weather Service has issued this new tornado warning. This, based on that speed of moving at about 50 miles an hour, would push into South Canton at 412, Avery at 417, Buffington at 418, Union Hill at 420, then into Lathamtown at 426, if that rotation holds together there. And what we've been seeing with this line of storms is we've had a lot of areas of rotation that we're watching. Sometimes they would be broad areas of rotation, and then they tighten up a little bit to give us these tornado warnings. And now this one is just to the west of Holly Springs. So if you are in Holly Springs right now, if you are in the Univator area, also over toward Buffington and also into Batesville, and even into south parts of Canton, be in your tornado safe position. I want you to get into the lowest floor of your home, the centermost part of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Stay away from windows as this part of the storm is moving your way. This is right here into those spots here near Goldleaf Parkway, Highway 205. There's Ridge Road, Butterworth Road, Alpine Way, as the storm is going to be moving into your direction, maybe on top of you right now with that circulation. I know that you're going to have some very heavy rain with this, very strong winds with this, and we're also watching with the shear and instability with that, causing some rotation with that storm and that potential for rotation, potential for a tornado. Radar indicated where we have a tornado warning that is in effect there. That would push over into South Canton here in just a little bit. Let's widen back and go to reflectivity, because I want to give everybody some perspective of where this is in relation to Atlanta. These storms getting closer to Atlanta now. As we were watching these a little bit earlier, we were focusing mainly there in northwest Georgia. Now we see these storms. Here is Atlanta, so we're not focusing just on this anymore. The tornado watch is already canceled in northwest Georgia. The line now continuing to move closer to us here in Atlanta. Along this line, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. Also now a new one on the south side of I-20. This severe thunderstorm warning in effect here for Carroll, Douglas, Harrelson, and Hurd. That's going to be in effect until 4:45. So this entire line has severe weather with it. It has a history of producing damage with very strong winds, and now focusing on this part right here, excuse me, right here north of Atlanta, where we have the new tornado warning that was just issued just west and near Holly Springs, there just north of the city. So we'll get in just a little bit tighter to that right now. Again, the tornado warning for Cherokee County and also for Forsyth County. That's the red polygon you see right here. So the center of that circulation pretty much is north of Woodstock. It's between Canton and Woodstock. So this is the part right here where we're watching that circulation just south of Canton, south and west of Canton. That's the part of the circulation right here. That would continue moving up toward the north and east. If it holds together, that would move into Forsyth County right here. That would be just to the west. Here is Lake Lanier right here. Here's Cumming, Georgia. There's Big Creek. You've got Lake Lanier right here. This would be west of Lake Lanier. The center of that circulation moving to the north and east over toward Latham Town if it holds together. So that is the latest tornado warning that we just got in just a few minutes ago from the National Weather Service. We were actually showing you that circulation before the warning was issued, talking about we need to keep an eye on it, and then just a little bit after that it got tight enough then that rotation and that couplet that we're seeing here on the radar signatures of where we have that potential circulation for that tornado warning. Again, here between Canton and Holly Springs, pretty much seeing where we see that rotation again indicated by Doppler radar pushing over to the north and east. Melissa.
Well, you know, we're collecting a lot of damage photos. Bo Beth Yates is in Thunder Truck. I know we want to stay on top of Canton, so maybe we can bring a 2-box here and show what is looking live. A big tree down from Thunder Truck that's on the roadway where Bo Beth Yates is out in Rome. We also have photos that I'll show later when we get past Canton here from Berry College. A lot of trees down.
All right, this is a look at Thunder Truck. We're going to keep radar up on the screen here because we have this active tornado warning, but we also want to report on the damage that we're seeing. This is over in the Rome area. Bo Beth, are you able to talk to us right now, or are we just seeing your pictures here?
Are you able to talk to us right now?
Yeah, I can. Yes, I can talk to you.
Show us what you got there. Where are you? This looks like trees down. What do you have?
Yes, so John Davenport Drive is where we are right now. You can see how large this tree is, completely blocked the highway. I'm impressed by Rome officials because they came out very quickly. They've chopped this tree pretty much halfway up already, and they're quickly moving it out. Now, this isn't the only place we're seeing damage. We also saw some trees down on homes right as we were coming down Thorntonwood Drive in West Rome. So much of the damage that we're seeing is in the northwest parts of Rome. After we leave this area, we're going to be heading over to the Floyd Medical Hospital. There, we're told that the winds were so heavy they blew out some of the hospital windows. So, you know, this area definitely was one of those hit hard. Even though that storm moved so quickly through, the damage, we're definitely seeing the destruction. You can see how hard it is for them to try to break up this tree, how thick it was when it fell and toppled over. We've also seen some down power lines. So, you know, this is, even though it doesn't appear that it was straight line winds, it does appear that these winds were definitely pretty strong.
All right, Bo Beth, thanks for being right on top of that right now, giving us that damage. Let me take you back here into the Holly Springs area. This is where we have that rotation that we're seeing right now between Canton and Holly Springs. This is really a little bit closer, we think, to the southern parts of Canton, really on the north end of that polygon where we're seeing that rotation right now. In South Canton, between Canton and Holly Springs, this is where we're seeing that potential rotation. Andrew, I know you've been looking at this too. This still looks like it's holding together pretty well. We're not really seeing much weakening. Do you see the same thing?
Yeah, I see similar things. I mean, this rotation still looks pretty good. Looks like our query tool actually just selected that severe thunderstorm, but the severe thunderstorm warning still for a very large area, but the tornado warning, again, this is going to be for parts of Forsyth and then mainly into Cherokee County at the moment. Yeah, but it looks like South Canton crossing over 575 either right now, or it either it just crossed or it is crossing over at the moment of 575 there. North of Holly Springs, closer onto the Canton area, there's a hospital right there on the south side of Canton, where it is kind of closer toward, and then it's going to make its way up towards that Buffington region. It looks like there you see the north side Cherokee Boulevard. That looks like another spot where it's going to be crossing, and then moving there along Highway 20 east of Canton is going to be the kind of pathway that this area of rotation is going to take. Again, this isn't a confirmed tornado, but it is a radar indicated tornado that is still moving off towards the north and east there at about 50 miles per hour. So very fast storm. Not something that you want to try to get outside and try to see. I know a lot of people try to say, oh, I want to go take a photo of this and try to see something. Don't do that. The system's moving fast, and then it's very dangerous to do that. Just get down into a safe area of your home. Of course, that most interior room, put a helmet even on the kids, stuff like that.
And, again, I know y'all are getting some new information in here. This is the part of the storm right there. Andrew mentioned this is 575, about to cross over 575. This is on the northern part of the polygon. This is really right along the line there of where we have that tornado warning. And Andrew, you got some new stuff.
Melissa actually has some new information.
Yeah, they're watching two different reports of a rotating wall cloud. And this was up at 1610, the intersection of Nobleman and Village Drive. Also, another emergency manager spotted this from the Emergency Operations Center up there. So they're seeing a rotating wall cloud, which means the thunderstorm's rotating. There's a lowering base of the thunderstorm, but there's not actually a funnel on the ground yet. So no direct damage and no confirmation of a tornado on the ground, but we have that rotation, and if it just tightens up one scan, it can very easily drop a tornado. And while we're on this, I do want to show you some new photos that we just got in from Rome. This is actually Berry College, and I want to show you a series of photos from Abby Daniel, who works there on the campus, of trees down on Berry College's campus up in Rome in Floyd County. Look at these trees down. The trees that were actually snapped by the base of them. Another one here where the actual root balls came out of the ground. We saw a lot of these root balls coming out from the January 12th tornadoes. So I would suspect the National Weather Service, based on this photo, Chris, this latest photo, trees snapped by the roots. They will be looking closely at this and potentially surveying this damage tomorrow. But that was in Rome. The current warning, that's just east of Canton in Cherokee County and moving towards Forsyth County.
Yeah, and it's a small part of Forsyth County that's in this latest warning that we have. It's mainly Cherokee County that we have. Thank you for that information. And that just goes to show you here what we're watching with these storms, a history of producing some damage there. Whether or not it's a tornado or whether a straight line winds, that's not important right now because we need to watch these winds with straight line winds can be just as strong as winds in a tornado. And we're seeing these strong winds along the entire part of this. But this is the latest in the tornado warning that we have right now for Cherokee County. Moving in to a smaller part here of Forsyth County. It just kind of moves in, that polygon moves into the western parts of Forsyth County west of Cumming. So this storm is moving at about 50 miles an hour. It would push into orange at about 422. Right now we're at 418. So it would be just in a few minutes. Lathamtown at 424, Freehome at 425, at Ducktown at 428, and then over into Hightower at about 431 as it moves to the north and east. We've got an update on that now, Andrew?
Yeah, you can just tell that the National Weather Service, they just trimmed back that warning. So now Canton's not included in that anymore. The storm has now moved east of that, but Canton's still getting a lot of heavy rainfall with that.
All right, so earlier we were talking about that center of circulation being between Canton and Holly Springs. That's well to the east of that now. So the red polygon that you see here, Andrew just mentioned, that's because of the update from the National Weather Service. Canton, you're already behind the worst part of that storm, even though you're still seeing rain, you're still seeing some strong winds, but the circulation is now to the east of you in Canton, pretty much to the east of Buffington right now too. That center of circulation right here, moving over toward Lathamtown. That, as Andrew mentioned a few minutes ago, pretty much moving right along Highway 20 right here as it goes through parts of Cherokee County. This would be north of Holbrook, continuing to move into this direction, just south of 369, as you see the split there between 20 and 369, moving up toward the north and to the east, north of Holbrook, continuing up near Hightower. Hightower, you are not included in the warning right now. This is the small part of Forsyth County that is included in that warning. We will wait and see and watch the circulation to see if it holds together onto whether or not they will extend that warning even more over to the east, including more Forsyth County, and whether or not it's going to extend over closer to Cumming or over closer to Lake Lanier as it keeps moving to the north and east at about 50 miles an hour. It's going to be in effect until 4:30, this latest warning that we have right now. It's all part of the very large line of storms that really goes through North Georgia, extending well back into West Georgia out along I-20. Let's put reflectivity on and we'll kind of show you what we're watching, kind of widen out to give everyone perspective of what we're watching here. This is now a severe thunderstorm warning within, you've got the tornado warning there at Forsyth County and parts of Cherokee County into Forsyth, but then along with that, we have this severe thunderstorm warning that also includes numerous counties there, including North Fulton County, Gwinnett County, also Hall County. So it'll be Western Gwinnett, Forsyth County, North Fulton right here, and also into Hall County. So that part of the strong system where we see that rotation continues to move over closer to crossing over Lake Lanier and also over toward 985 as it moves on over to the east. So all of this area, again, of course we're focusing on the tornado warning, but this entire area here is going to experience from North Georgia here through Gilmer County, Fannin County, Union, and Towns County, stretching all the way back to the south and west over into along I-20 there in West Georgia, Haralson County, Carroll County. You have severe thunderstorm warning. So all of these areas have the potential to see some damage. You don't have to have a tornado warning to see damage. You don't have to have a tornado to have wind damage. These storms have been producing very strong winds, not only within the storms, but also ahead of the storms and behind the storms with the pressure gradient winds that we've been talking about here that are just general winds, not even thunderstorm winds. We call them non-thunderstorm wind gusts. We are seeing some of those non-thunderstorm wind gusts that can be getting 45 to 50 miles an hour. Then you add the storms into that, and that's where we're seeing these storms that can be 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. And we do have a history of damage in northwest Georgia, damage back into Alabama. And so that's what we're watching as these storms get closer to the Atlanta area. A little bit earlier, we were actually kind of glad to see the lightning disappearing on the southern end of this. But now we're seeing the lightning firing up a little bit more on the southern end of this. Very strong stuff back into Carrollton right now. Melissa, what you got?
They're going to let the current tornado warning likely expire and not reissue that. But as you were just talking about the lightning ramping up, Chris, down there near Carroll County and also near Paulding County, there's a little area on the map that's just east of Bremen, and there's a little bit of rotation. So that's the next area as we see that lightning ramping up to watch, because these storms, as we're watching the damaging wind threat, they can really easily get a little bit of rotation and tighten up quickly. So that's the next area that they're keeping their eyes on. But they've seen a lot of reports of, in the Cherokee County storm, a rotating wall cloud, but nothing actually on the ground. So as of this point, they don't anticipate extending that warning any further and letting it expire.
All right, that's a great update for you folks up in Cherokee County, moving into the western parts of Forsyth County. Don't let your guard down, but we're just passing along this information for those spots there where, again, that rotation seems to be weakening. This is the area west of Atlanta that Melissa was just pointing out here. Of course, here's Atlanta right there on the edge of your screen. We're going all the way over into West Georgia where we see those strong storms. I was just mentioning how the lightning is actually ramping up there a little bit, showing that we're seeing a little more energy with that developing, and there's a little bit of rotation near the Alabama line. Again, not tight enough for this to be classified as a tornado warning, but we're going to keep an eye on that just in case the National Weather Service does elevate that severe thunderstorm warning to a tornado warning. And then, of course, you've got a severe thunderstorm warning there. Tornado could be possible within that line anytime. Very heavy rain, thunder and lightning, very strong winds with that too. But then we move up toward the north where we have that other tornado warning that is still in effect. This warning was going to expire at 4:30, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes.
And right now, as Melissa said, the National Weather Service is saying they're most likely going to let this expire at 4:30. We don't have any indications yet. Right now, they don't think they will issue another one. But what happens a lot of times with these storms is that they cycle and you get some rotation that kind of slows down a little bit or broadens out, and then it can tighten back up. And that's when they would have to issue a new warning. Melissa, new info?
They're saying they are going to expire this at 4:30 based on the radar. Like you were just saying, they just said they're expiring it.
That is good to know. Okay, so they would expire that one at 4:30. They don't have any indications right now that they will reissue another one for more Forsyth County over toward Lake Lanier. But what we have to watch here is if that rotation cycled up, tightened a little bit, and is now relaxing, but we'll have to keep an eye on it to see if it tightens back up again. So you folks over here to the east of that into northern Forsyth County, over toward Hall County, there around Lake Lanier, still watch this very closely. Don't let your guard down. Stay inside for a while until this moves through, because even if it's not a rotating storm, it still has some very strong winds with it, the very heavy rain, and of course the thunder and lightning. So you definitely want to stay inside for a while as these storms continue moving on over to the east. So Cumming would be next in line, Chestatee again moving over, Lake Lanier right here, then it would cross over into Gainesville, Oakwood, there along 985. And that's where they have a severe thunderstorm warning there too. So the storms are coming. It's just if you're going to have strong winds from thunderstorm winds, or whether or not there would be any rotation within that as well. But right now the rotation part of it has weakened somewhat and is kind of cycling down, but we'll watch to see if it ramps back up. And then these storms again extend just to the north and west of the city here through northern Cobb County, seeing some heavy rain in North Cobb right now, pushing into and through Paulding County, and then again that stretches back toward Carroll County. It's about to move into Douglas County too. And then of course here we are in the city of Atlanta, these storms bearing down on us. Let's take a check. I think remote 58 right now is on the Northside Hospital tower cam. Let's just take a look at that right now. If we're looking up toward the north and west from 285 and Georgia 400, this is that tower cam there as we're looking over, to the north and west. And clouds are darkening. 400? Yeah, this is right there at 285 and 400 right there at Northside. That's the right camera, right? Yeah, we're looking over toward the north, over toward the west.
That's the top side, yeah, but I can point it north if you want.
So I think it's fine right there, kind of looking north and west, what we see. As we see those storms that are going to be the darkening clouds that continue to push into our direction here. And we're going to see this camera really start to show worsening conditions as these storms now bear down on the city. They will be here very soon, pushing up into our direction. So here again is a look at the line of storms, very heavy rain, continuing to push on through. There you can see that line in northern Cobb County. Here's the north part of the perimeter, the north end of the perimeter, northwest perimeter. There's 75. Of course, you've got Truist Park right here. The storms are getting really close now in North Cobb, over Kennesaw with the very heavy rain. We've got the strong winds with that too. This stretches back over toward Powder Springs and into Villa Rica. This is pushing into Douglasville now, and we'll be moving in over the city of Atlanta very soon. We're thinking it would be over, into the west side of the perimeter, maybe between 4:45, 5 o'clock, pushing through the city of Atlanta, 5:30, 6 o'clock, moving through the city, and then over to the east of us, we're thinking once we get past the 5:30, 6 o'clock time frame. So Woodstock, you're getting in on that action there about right now. Marietta at about 4:35, eventually into Atlanta pretty much at the top of the hour. As I've been saying, between 4:45, 4:50 to about 5:15, when those storms will be right on top of us here in Atlanta. And then moving east of the city into Tucker at 5:10, Lawrenceville around 5:23, and then over into Redan at 5:32. Again, that line of storms moving your way with very heavy rain, very strong winds in association with that. We are right now coming up at, it's 4:28 right now, that tornado warning here. We're going to see that polygon over to the north of us. That is going to disappear in about 2 minutes as that warning will expire. As we're seeing really that rotation that we were tracking earlier has really loosened up. It doesn't look as impressive or as tight as it was. So that tornado warning is going to expire, but we still have some really strong winds along this line as it keeps moving on over to the east, taking it into Cumming, Chestatee, over Lake Lanier. There's Lake Lanier right there where we will have those strong winds, heavy rain bearing down, and then on 985 to Oakwood up into Gainesville, you're going to be next in line. So again, I know we're talking about this warning expiring. We're going to see the red polygon disappear here really in less than a minute. Just because this tornado warning is expiring, we're going to hold on to our coverage because we do see the very strong winds with us. You don't have to have a tornado warning to get damage. You can have a severe thunderstorm warning and have damage. Let's go to our airport tower cam. Can we take that remote 32 really quick? A remote our tower cam there at the airport is really shaky with the wind that we have right now here in Atlanta. So this is a perfect example of what we're seeing. You don't have to have storms to have this wind. The wind is very strong there, shaking our camera down at the airport, and it's not even, the storms aren't even here yet. So we don't have rain, we don't have thunder and lightning here in Atlanta, but look at the wind that we have. And this is the example of what I want to show you, why we are staying on air with you, because even though we don't have a tornado warning here, we have very strong winds. Those winds are only going to get stronger as this line of storms moves in. So we're talking about wind gusts 35, 40 miles an hour, even some wind gusts possibly up to 50 miles an hour. Again, shaking our camera at Hartsfield-Jackson, and the storms aren't even here yet. And that's where we're seeing some damage. We've had reports of power out before the line of storms moves in because of trees coming down in some of these strong winds. So that's what we're dealing with as this line of storms bears down on the city of Atlanta, and they're only going to get stronger along with the rain that's pushing our way. Let's go back to radar. We'll keep checking on that camera, checking all of our cameras that we have here in the metro area as these storms move our way. So again, just to the west of us now, this one severe thunderstorm warning there that did include North Cobb and over into Paulding, that one just expired. They haven't issued another one. I really expect they may issue another one here any moment now that will be covering the heart of Atlanta and the city of Atlanta and even down on the south side. But we have this one here west of Atlanta. That includes Carroll County and into parts of Douglas County and also the northern parts of Heard County right here. Thunder and lightning. Okay, there's that one. I just thought they would do it. They just did. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning right here that does come into the northwest side of the perimeter. This is for Cobb County, DeKalb County, Douglas County, and Fulton County. It's going to be in effect until 5:15. This part of the storm right here, one warning just expired. Now they've just issued another one for Douglas County, this part of Fulton County here, including the northwest side of the perimeter that goes up toward Roswell. This also includes a small part of North DeKalb County. We're talking about near Sandy Springs, Dunwoody here, where we have just a small part of North DeKalb County included in that severe thunderstorm warning. Andrew and Melissa, I know you saw that warning just come in. What are they saying about the winds in that storm?
They're saying that they're 60 miles per hour, but that, again, as we've been watching little rotation areas spin up, a tornado is possible watching that rotation. Also, I was just actually looking at the latest Georgia power outages. I added them all up. There are nearly 20,000 customers without power in North Georgia right now. That's a lot of people, and that's not just from the line of storms coming in. It's from these winds. We were watching that airport camera that was shaking in those strong wind gusts, and you're seeing that outside right now. You're probably hearing the trees that are blowing in the winds. But again, the severe warned storms are on our doorstep moving into Atlanta right now. So that warning will go for all of the western side of the metro until 5:15 today. So Cobb, Douglas, Fulton, and Paulding counties. It's moving into Paulding, Powder Springs right now. It's moving down to the 120 loop in Marietta area. It's on your doorstep. Douglasville is right now. We'll kind of time that out. This is really not good timing with the evening commute. But as it pushes east, Roswell, when the heaviest rain arrives, that's going to be around 4:45 today. Sandy Springs 4:48. And as this pushes further east, eventually towards East Point at about 5:07. So we're getting into that evening commute. This is going to cause really a huge number on the roads. But even outside of that, you saw the camera shaking. Almost 20,000 customers without power. Chris, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that number jumping up pretty higher than that as the storms themselves come into Atlanta.
Yeah, in a more populated area with more customers there because the storms are strong with those strong winds that we have here. So there you can see, again, these warnings along that line as this is bearing down on the city of Atlanta right now. It's just to the west of us through Douglas County, out I-20 here, also to the north of us into Marietta. So Marietta, you're next in line. 434. The worst of these storms will be moving into your part of the county here with the very heavy rain and also the gusty winds. Douglasville, 438. That would move into Roswell, 442. Dunwoody at 449. That's that part of North DeKalb that I'm talking about that is included in this latest severe thunderstorm warning from Roswell and North Fulton over to Dunwoody in North DeKalb County. That will be arriving in your area around 450. Then into Johns Creek at 454. We're still thinking Atlanta. The line of storms will be over the city of Atlanta pretty much at the top of the hour. That's been pretty consistent with this track that we've been showing you. We mentioned earlier between 450 and 515 over the city of Atlanta. The latest track now shows it pretty much over us right at the top of the hour, right around 5 o'clock, 5:02 or so. pushing our way. Now, the good news is, number one, I want you to be ready as the storms roll through because it'll be heavy rain, it'll be a lot of wind, but it doesn't last long, all right? You may be amazed how you're hunkering down for the storms to move through your area. It'll be rainy for a while, it'll be really windy for a while, and then all of a sudden the rain will push to the east of you. The wind, though, on the backside is still going to stick around. It's still going to be blustery winds before the storms, during the storms, and also after the storms. We have those strong winds with that wind advisory that's going to be in effect tonight until about 8 o'clock. We also have the high wind warning that is in effect for that area too. So along this entire line, we have just lined up here these severe thunderstorm warnings that continue on up into North Georgia. This entire line moving over toward the east. We hope to see some weakening by the time it continues moving to the east, but really all of us are under the gun. And again, the tornado watch is still in effect here for Metro Atlanta and Northeast Georgia until 8 o'clock. They are taking some counties out, like Rome, you're no longer in the tornado watch. Gordon County, you're no longer in it. Murray-Whitfield County, you're no longer in it. Dade, Walker, Chattooga, and Catoosa County, you're no longer in that tornado watch. And now that line of storms continues moving over to the east, I expect them to take a few more counties out of that too. And really a big part of this watch may not even hold out until 8 o'clock tonight, except for these areas far to the east of us, maybe over toward Athens and over to the South Carolina line, where that watch may linger into the 8 o'clock hour. They've also trimmed back that enhanced risk, that level 3 of 5 risk for, again, a big part of North Georgia and into Northeast Georgia. Level 2 risk still on top of us, and I think that is verifying, because with this line of storms we do see those strong winds and also that very heavy rain. Here's another look now at the reflectivity. This is our future radar showing how these storms, this may be delayed a little bit. By 5 o'clock, I think the storms are going to be more on top of us here in Atlanta and then pushing over to the east. Most likely 5:30, 6 o'clock, they will already be east of the city and then passing through. And then tonight, we're going to be fine. We'll see clearing skies. We'll still have some winds around for a while before they start settling down. And then we wake up tomorrow and it's going to be cooler with lows going down into the 40s. Melissa?
And while we're watching these storms come into Atlanta, meanwhile, damage, the full amount of it is just being realized up in the Rome area. If we can get our Bobeth Yates live up in Floyd County right now. She's at the hospital in Rome, and we've got some damage there. Bobeth?
Yeah, that's exactly right. We're at Floyd Medical Center, and this is one of the areas that we saw some of the damage. Behind me, a tree fell on this car. They've already moved much of the debris off the tree, but you can see they're still cutting it up as we speak. Now, if we pan over from the tree, that's just part of the issue. Some of the workers were telling me is they were literally this way in the hallway of the building or outside here, and they saw the winds coming in. Now, if you look up, you can see one of the windows that were blown out. Some of the employees were telling me that they were looking through the window as they saw the storm rolling in, and as they saw the storm rolling in, they saw the debris start just flying around, and then it shattered one window, and it was so forceful that it forced the door closed, and people were in the parking lot running for their lives, running to safety. So this was one of those areas where some of that damage came in, and of course we're going to continue walking around this area to see what else we see as this here at the Floyd Medical Center, where some of that damage occurred. But even in the parking lot, just debris after debris of different trees. Now, this was one of the bigger trees that fell, but there's other small ones that snapped and fell in this parking lot. And again, those employees that work here said they saw the actual system start to move in. One of them actually told me that it got really, really quiet and calm, then out of nowhere really dark, and then it sounded like a train was just coming towards them. They said they saw everything just flying around in the parking lot, and then all of a sudden those windows started to shatter. So again, a lot of heavy damage in this area that we are seeing, and again, we're going to continue to walk around this area and get more reaction from those who were part of this storm, of course, bringing you those updates as we get it. So sending it back to you now in the studio, but we're going to be out here continuing to find this damage that has impacted the Rome area.
All right, thank you so much, Bobeth. And that was up in the Rome area, and it's not just there at the Floyd Hospital where we're seeing damage. Look at these pictures from Berry College where we have trees down, not just down, but trees that were actually brought up and snapped right by the roots. Another photo from Abby Daniels on Berry College campus. The root balls came out of the ground there, and trees snapped very close to the base. So we had earlier talked to the fire chief with Rome, and he was saying that there were damage reports. They were being inundated with them. So this is where the damage has already occurred. But Chris, the airport camera is shaking and there are delays. We're even hearing that possibly we could be getting close to a ground stop here at the airport.
Yeah, Andrew just pointed out he's been keeping an eye on this tower cam here at the airport. And again, we're showing no delays at the airport right now, but Andrew was pointing out, well, one of those planes was not moving at all. Now it has moved out of the way, right, Andrew? That plane we were watching earlier, it's not there anymore?
It's just behind the bug on our screen there, and the map in the bottom right-hand corner, so it's hard to see on the TV as the weather information comes in, but as the camera moves, you may see the nose of the aircraft momentarily.
We do have a ground stop. I looked on the FAA website just now. It's saying that Atlanta has a ground stop due to thunderstorms.
All right, so, and it's thunderstorms approaching and those really strong winds. This is the airplane right here. It's just hard to see because the camera is shaking so much from the wind that we have, but there's a plane just sitting there on, I'm not sure if that's a runway or taxiway, but as Melissa said, there's a ground stop there. So nothing is going out right now. Everything is pretty much at a halt at Hartsfield-Jackson. You can see the reasons why. Number one, these storms are moving in. Very strong winds, very heavy rain with them, and also that wind. We have some shear along with this too, just in different wind directions in different levels as well. So ground stop right now at Hartsfield-Jackson. We saw that camera shaking there from the very strong winds with it. No planes taking off at this hour, so not any movement there at all. And again, it's only going to get worse as these storms move on through the area. We're seeing this line, again, very strong there in Douglasville. Very heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. Those severe thunderstorm warnings still holding on right now. We had a little bit of rotation a little bit earlier over in West Georgia along the Alabama line that we were watching over just to the west of Carrollton. We're keeping an eye on that, but the National Weather Service has not issued, it's not tight enough to give us a tornado warning. I just want you to know in Carroll County, you've got a lot of strong winds there right now. And that heavy rain that's continuing to move through too. It's this area here near Roopville. Just a little bit of weak rotation that we were watching earlier. Not really looking that impressive right now. The main thing, heavy rain, thunder and lightning, wind is the main part of this that is causing the potential for some damage. This moves up toward the north, toward Villa Rica into Douglasville. You can see this is the west side of the perimeter right here, as that leading edge of the rain now is about to move into the west side of the perimeter. It gets heavier back toward Powder Springs and into Douglasville, where we have that very heavy rain and those strong winds now. This is about to push into the city of Atlanta. That's why we're holding on with you right now. We're not letting go our coverage right when these storms are about to hit the most highly populated areas here. You don't have to have a tornado warning to have damage. We're seeing damage from the severe thunderstorm warnings that are issued due to the broad nature of this wind field. There are pressure gradient winds that are very strong. There are storm winds that are very strong with this, and that's where we're seeing the damage. We just showed you in Rome, Bobeth talking about the damage there at the hospital, the sound of the chippers in the background, the chainsaws in the background too, trying to clean up. This is our view here at 285 and Georgia 400. This is looking toward the west. The sun usually sets right over here, so this is kind of looking more northwest as that line of storms is going to be approaching. We're going to watch these clouds darken up. We're going to see the wind shaking. We have a really sturdy spot here for this tower cam. We're not seeing it shake as much as the airport tower cam, but I expect to see that camera start to shake a little bit more in just a few minutes as those strong storms move in. So that camera is right here, and we are looking kind of toward the north and west into this direction out, across the north end there. So we're watching showing these storms as they move in from the west. That'll be crossing over that camera in just a little while. So west side of the perimeter, the heavy stuff is about to move over you right now. This is over toward Mableton. You're getting the heavy rain, strong winds in Mableton. Dallas, things are going to be improving for you very soon. The heavier rain ending for you, still a little bit of lightning with this part right here, but it's going to get better for you in Dallas. Rockmart, you're fine now. You're finished with the storm risk, all right? Kennesaw, getting better for you right now. We're seeing those storms continue to push off to the east, still dealing with some of that. Ackworth, you're fine. Cartersville, you're fine now. You're in the clear. It is this part of the storm now bearing down on Marietta, northern Cobb County. This is into West Cobb County, pushing down into parts of Douglas County as well. This strong part moving in over Marietta right now with the heaviest rain and the strong winds. We've got some lightning with that too. Burnt Hickory on down toward Powder Springs. Lost Mountain, things should be improving for you now toward Clarkdale. Lithia Springs, again, bearing down on Mableton over toward Douglasville. Very heavy rain coming in on your area now. And then that extends down along I-20 into Carroll County as you get closer to Fairplay. Villa Rica, you're fine now. Ithaca is fine. Carrollton, still heavy rain, strong winds for you in Carrollton, but this is going to be improving quickly for you in just a few minutes. Still a couple lightning strikes though over closer to the Atlanta line. Roopville, heavy rain. Roosterville, heavy rain. Tyus though, you're getting better now as you've seen that line already move through your area, and that's just going to continue pushing on over to the east. So this is what's moving into Whitesburg in just a few minutes. It's already over Mableton. Here's Atlanta. There's East Point. Here's the airport. See, the airport, look at that. We don't even have any rain over Forest Park right now and into Clayton County, south end of the perimeter there at the airport. But the storms aren't even there yet, and you saw those winds. This is the line of storms from Douglasville and Douglas County that's about to move into Fulton County here on the south side. I really expect that they will issue a new severe thunderstorm warning shortly to include the rest of Atlanta and these areas on the south side into Clayton County, Fayette County, also over into Henry County and the rest of DeKalb County. Most likely you'll be seeing a severe thunderstorm warning issued at any time now as those storms bear down, still with the heavy rain and the wind. Melissa?
Well, they did say that they've issued what is called a special weather statement for the thunderstorms that are moving in towards Carroll County, Coweta, Douglas, and Hurd. So it's kind of the south side of the line that as of now, they're kind of hanging on to that type of alert versus a severe thunderstorm warning. So let me show you the areas that they may not put a warning out, but it doesn't mean you're not going to see the strong winds. That's on the south side. So right in here up through kind of Clayton County and Henry County. But as you mentioned, Chris, where the winds are a little bit stronger on the north side, you would expect a warning to come out here shortly as these storms are right on top of our doorstep here in downtown Atlanta. Still the ground stop at the airport there. We've been getting the power outage numbers going up, but as of right now, that warning for Atlanta goes right to the kind of just above the downtown connector, and it hasn't been extended east yet.
All right, Melissa, good information there about that area on the south side with significant weather advisories versus the severe thunderstorm warnings that we have in the metro area. So we'll keep an eye on that to see if that trend continues. Well, I really think that they most likely will be issuing a new severe thunderstorm warning, at least for the Atlanta area and South Fulton northward as these continue to move over to the east. I want to take you back to, I believe it's remote 58. We have our tower cam there at Northside Hospital, where we have the darkening skies that we're watching right now pushing through. This is at Northside Hospital. You're looking toward the north and west. This is on the north end of the perimeter, as we mentioned, 285 and Georgia 400. And those skies getting darker as we look toward the north and west, and that rain is about to come down really in just a matter of minutes here along that spot. We're at 449. We were talking about these storms pushing into Atlanta between 4:50 and 5:15, most likely around the top of the hour. And I'm thinking that time frame is pretty much going to hold together. Right now we're showing at 5:03 that leading edge of the storms over downtown, and I think that's going to be the case just really in the next 10 minutes or so. I'm looking at the clock here over on the side. Within the next 10, 12, 13 minutes, these storms will be over the city of Atlanta. So this is crossing over now into the west side of the perimeter right here. This is as Cobb County then turns into Fulton County right here into that northwest side of the perimeter. This is near Truist Park right here, coming inside the perimeter, that leading edge of that heaviest rain where we have some of those stronger winds too, heading back toward Douglasville as well. All of this pushing into our area and into the perimeter, bearing down on the city of Atlanta. This is why we're staying on with you right now. We don't want to go back to regular programming when this is bearing down on our city. You don't have to have a tornado warning to get damage. These storms, even though, and again, I don't want to say even though they're just severe thunderstorm warnings, a severe thunderstorm warning is still serious. But I know a lot of people, say, well, it's not a tornado warning anymore, so we can, don't have to worry about it. Yeah, you still need to watch this as these storms are coming your way because we do have those very strong winds. Andrew's putting up some of the traffic cameras we have for you. This is at 285 right there on the north side. Andrew, what is that location?
Yeah, this is right at the Chattahoochee River there on the west side.
All right, so you see, of course, it's rush hour. Traffic is, slow anyway at this time of day, but this is right there on 285. This is the north end of the perimeter, as Andrew said, right at the Chattahoochee River. So this is where we're going to see these showers move in, and we're going to see those conditions deteriorating very quickly as well, as the wind is just going to kick up, and we're going to have a lot of heavy rain with that too. This part of the storm now, a little heavier just north of Atlanta. That's crossing over 75 here inside the perimeter. We have that very heavy rain in association with that right here. No rotation with it or anything, but that just shows that it's already moved through Vinings, continuing to push on over toward the east, where we have the very heavy rain with that, and that continues to move over to the east. That'll be in North Atlanta, really just within minutes, near Wyuka Road. This is actually getting closer to Buckhead now, and Northside Drive on the north side, North Atlanta, where we're seeing that heavier rain come in right now inside the perimeter, along with those strong winds. So that's the main thing we're seeing. Heavy rain, strong winds, some thunder and lightning. Excuse me, at this point, we don't have any rotation with this part in the city of Atlanta. We have seen the rotation that we were watching earlier with these storms kind of letting up a little bit. We don't really see anything else that is, showing us a lot of concern as far as additional tornado warnings to be issued, but at any time along this line, with the heavy rain and strong winds, we could see some rotation develop. So that's why we continue watching these storms for you, continuing through, now up to 5 o'clock. We'll start our newscast at 5 o'clock. Of course, we'll continue our coverage with these storms that are bearing down on the city right now. And of course, this stretches back toward Chattahoochee, also over to the east into Smyrna, over toward Vinings. Very heavy rain coming in right now. Let's widen out just a little bit more just to get that perspective here of those storms here. Again, moving into parts of North Atlanta. That's going to be on the north side here into parts of DeKalb County here near La Vista and Sheridan Road, where these storms are going to be a little bit stronger for you. Very heavy rain continuing to move into that direction, pushing on over to the east. And again, Smyrna getting hit hard. Fair Oaks over into parts of Cobb County getting hit hard, and that goes on back over to the west too. Let's go to Melissa right now, as you have some new counties taken out of that tornado watch.
That's right. They have decided, as the storms have passed through, they're going to take out Bartow, Cherokee, Carroll, Fannin, Gilmer counties, Haralson, Heard, Paulding, Pickens, and Polk from the tornado watch. But it still continues. They're about to cancel off in here, so you can't quite see yet. But in the metro area, Cobb County, Fulton County, DeKalb County, we still do have the tornado watch. And you know what? As those storms are coming in, we had a power surge, and that happens as we get these really strong winds. Our generator's kicking on right now, and it'll bring our winds back up. But in the meantime, if we can get Max 2 up, we will drive the radar from Max 2. Max 1 is currently trying to get back up right now. So here we are. The storms are moving inside the perimeter. I want to show you that live image from our tower camera that's on top of Northside Hospital, looking west. The rain's coming in. The winds are picking up right now. And also here's that airport camera again, where you see the planes just sitting, waiting. The airport is currently, according to the FAA website, in a ground stop right now. But where we're seeing the storms, that's moving to the downtown connector. So the very heavy rain, we'll kind of zoom in so so you can see it's on the north side of Atlanta. So if you were trying to leave work, or if you're trying to wait for, your partner to come home from work, if they're trying to travel up 75, up 85, very quickly you run into that heavy rain. But these storms are racing east at 50 miles per hour. So even in advance of this, you're not going to be able to get out for long with all the traffic on the roads before they arrive. Let me put a timer on here for you. And these storms track to the east, moving into downtown Atlanta here right after 5 o'clock. Then as they push further east to the east side of town, Tucker, by 5:12, the heavy rain arrives for you. Heavy rain arriving in College Park by 5:18, and as this races eastward, Snellville by 5:26. So they're not quite in the heart of DeKalb County yet. They're about to move into DeKalb County, Johns Creek area as well. And in downtown Atlanta, we are awaiting those storms. And just a couple minutes ago, Chris, we had a power surge rather, as those winds were kicking up as the storms move in.
Yeah, I froze up my computer there for a second, but we now have it back up. This is that view again from Georgia 400 and 285 on the north side at Northside Hospital. This is the north end of the perimeter. All right, so we've been tracking these showers. The perimeter was dry a few minutes ago. Now it is wet. As on the north side of the perimeter, we're seeing those showers move in. We have the very heavy rain with that. Also the strong winds. We still have this severe thunderstorm warning in effect for this area of North Fulton County, also over into Cobb County and back over to Douglas County. This is on the west side, including North Atlanta. We're waiting to see if the Weather Service is going to extend this severe thunderstorm warning over to the east. But these storms right now about to move into the heart of the city with that heavy rain and the strong winds. We mentioned the ground stop at Hartsfield-Jackson with the really heavy wind, strong winds that were well ahead of the storms. The storms aren't even into Forest Park yet, aren't even into that part of Clayton County where the airport is located, but we have the very strong winds there too. Again, the strongest part of the activity moving into Johns Creek at 5:05, into Tucker at 5:13, into Atlanta. We're thinking between 5:05 and 5:15 here. Into the downtown area. It's already on the north side. We're talking about the downtown area in just a little bit, and then over into Redan and DeKalb County at 5:49. Let's go back to that camera, remote 58, if we can. This is look at the difference from just what was I talking. I showed this to you 2 minutes ago, where we saw the rain that was just coming in. Now look how the visibility is reduced now. Very heavy rain on the north side. This is the airport right now, where we still have some winds there. The rain about to move in. Again, the planes are not moving right now at the airport because of that ground stop. They're just sitting on the runways and taxiways waiting for clearance after this moves through. And it's not going to be a long time. The rain will move through, but then of course we'll have to watch the winds on the backside of the system that are still going to be gusty. So these storms now, we have been tracking these for you all afternoon. We were warning you about these yesterday and the days leading up to this. This is pretty much going along with the timing that we were showing you yesterday in our forecast track, bringing the main area of rain through the city of Atlanta between 4 and 6 o'clock. This is bearing down on us right now as we're nearing the 5 o'clock top of the hour here, and then that moves over to the east. So hunker down right now. Wait it out for a little bit as these storms will quickly move through your area, and once the rain is gone, the conditions will improve a little bit. We're still going to have some winds though lingering around, and then the cooler air moves in and we'll see some clearing skies too. Here on the north side, still seeing a lot of energy with this part right here where we've got a good cluster of lightning strikes right there in North Fulton County. That's going to move into Forsyth County, crossing over Lake Lanier into Hall County, Gwinnett County. You're going to be getting in on a lot of that thunder and lightning as well in just a few minutes with the very heavy rain that's going to be moving through. Melissa, a quick update here before we get to our 5 o'clock newscast.
Yeah, well, we're focusing on those storms in the metro. There's also a new warning that came out for Hall, Lumpkin, and White counties with some hail in it. But this storm is racing east at 90 miles per hour. The Weather Service said, Chris, they're not kidding. It is really moving that quickly.
Yeah, I would think we would look at that and think it's a typo. But yeah, the speed of the storms moving at 90 miles an hour. We're also watching a little bit of hail with that on the north side here between Juneau and Dahlonega. Be aware of that as it keeps moving on over to the east as well. So before we wrap up and start our 5 o'clock newscast, we're not going anywhere. We're going to start our newscast that is going to be focused on this weather that we see right now, as well as the damage reports that we've got coming in here. But I just want to wrap up before we start our newscast here at the top of the hour. This is the line of storms moving through. Numerous severe thunderstorm warnings in association with that right now, bearing down on and moving through the heart of the city right now and the metro area. area, and then it's going to move on over to the east. We'll keep tracking this for you coming up in just a few minutes, but first we take you now to 11 Alive News at 5, which starts now.
11 Alive News at 5 p.m. starts now.
First at 5, a day of severe weather packed with tornado warnings and watches as strong winds and heavy rain move through North Georgia and the metro. Right now, people are dealing with the aftermath. Trees are down, wires are down, and many are without power.
And just moments ago, a ground stop issued at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Let's get you straight over to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, tonight. Chris, you and our 11 Alive Storm Tracker team have been on the air for the last 2 hours or so talking about these storms. So how much longer is this rain going to be sticking around, and how severe are these conditions?
Atlanta right now, these storms are pushing through right now. This will be over us for about the next 30 minutes or so over the city of Atlanta. Then it's going to move over to the east. We just got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued here for this part of the storm here in North Fulton County, pushing up into Hall County. This also stretches back toward the city of Atlanta, where we have additional severe thunderstorm warnings. Really, everybody along this line is included in this severe thunderstorm warning here, that numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. The line has very heavy rain with it, and the wind is the strong part of this. You don't have to have a tornado warning to get damage. We're seeing damage from the very strong winds in association here with this line of storms that continues to move through the northeast side of us right now, as well as through the city of Atlanta. This is a look at the damage reports. We've got a lot of damage here in northwest Georgia as those storms moved in a little bit earlier. We have damage along the line as well. And I want you to note this, damage ahead of the storms. This is from, the rain isn't even down on the south side yet, but we have some wind damage already from the very strong winds that have been moving through. We call it non-thunderstorm wind damage. That's along Highway 85 and CV Street down into the areas on the south side. So this rain and this storm activity is going to keep moving on through, again, with numerous severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. This line of storms also has a history of producing some damage. As this moves over to the east, I want you to be aware over on the east side, you're going to have some of that wind damage here, along with that heavy rain and also the thunder and the lightning. I want to take you to Rome right now. Bo Beth Yates has been tracking these storms as they move through northwest Georgia. Up in Rome, we have reports of some extensive damage there. Bo Beth, are you still at the hospital there?
Yes, I'm still at the hospital, and in fact, earlier I got the name wrong. I want to correct it. The name of this hospital is Advent Health Redmond, and this is one of the areas that was really hard hit. Now you see the truck behind me literally grinding up some of the limbs. This limb was snapped in half. If you follow me, you can actually see some of the damage here. And earlier we saw another tree fall on the top of a car, but what I was told was that the winds just started coming in, and if you can look, you can see it literally just snapped it right in half, blocking many of the trees in the hallway. Residents told me, or people in the area or who were inside the hospital said they were at the window and they can see things just start coming in. They said everything in the parking lot just started flying around, and then followed me this way. You can see right now there's actually a window that is boarded up. The winds came so quickly that the winds actually just blew out that window. Of course, we're again here at the hospital at Advent Health here in Redmond, and they said that this is one of those areas that were impacted. We're going to continue to follow this storm damage and bring you more updates as we get it. Sending it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you so much for that report, Bo Beth. You can stay weather aware even when we are not on air with our 11 Alive News app. What you can do is use your phone to scan that QR code that you see right there on your screen. You can download the app for free, and then you can turn on weather alerts for the latest in your neighborhood.
New tonight, criminal charges have been filed for the killing of 13-year-old Jaden Travis in Gwinnett County. It's a story we've been following now for weeks. Gwinnett County police say their investigation led officers to arrest a 17-year-old, but Travis's mother is still not satisfied. Teresa Bolts is live at the Gwinnett County Police Department to explain why. Teresa?
That's because the teen accused of shooting and killing Jaden Travis is facing a couple of felony charges, but murder is not one of them.
I was out here with Jaden, and I know what I saw.
Jaden Travis's family is grieving after 2 losses in only a matter of weeks. They lost a grandmother and their son Jaden.
My son gone. He can never speak to his parents again.
On February 15th, Jaden Travis was shot and killed feet from his home here at Norcross. Harold Travis says a group of boys had been bullying his son and it led to a few scuffles. He says the group showed up at their house and Jaden came outside. Gwinnett police confirm with a BB gun.
They're trying to say it's self-defense. Then you in a car, my son is standing over here and your car parked over there. All you had to do was drive off. If you thought you was threatened, why would you shoot him?
But one of the 2 teens in the car had a real gun. The 17-year-old shot and killed Jaden. Gwinnett County Police tell 11 Alive it is a case of justifiable homicide due to self-defense. The teen gunman is charged with being under 18, possessing a weapon, and tampering with evidence for trying to get rid of the gun, but not murder, manslaughter, or aggravated assault.
I lost my son. He's still walking the streets. You know, and all 3 of them should be charged with murder because all 3 of them planned to come here and do that.
Police say the BB gun looked like a real gun. The 17-year-old told police he thought the BB gun was real. And Corporal Ryan Winderweedle with Gwinnett Police say Jaden pulled his BB gun first.
School arguments, school fights are not a reason to bring weapons and firearms and further the violence.
Gwinnett County District Attorney Patsy Gaston Austin says at this time she does not plan to pursue additional charges.
Teens need to come to better solutions and resolutions if they have differences between each other.
The other teens involved in this shooting who showed up to Jaden's home will not be facing any charges, and we are not identifying the shooter as he is a minor. Live in Gwinnett, Teresa Bowles, 11 Alive News.
Teresa, thank you so much for that report. And tonight, a man accused of killing a Lawrenceville teen is sitting behind bars without bond. 11 Alive's Karis Belger was in court as he faced a judge today.
Earlier today, the 20-year-old suspect appearing before a judge for the first time. The hearing lasting only a few minutes and ending with the judge appointing him a public defender.
Sir, you have 6 felony charges against you. Do you know what they are?
Dennis Enrique Calzadilla Hernandez was in court today for charges related to the death of 16-year-old Jose Daniel Martinez. The 20-year-old is facing felony murder and gang-related charges. In arrest warrants, Calzadilla Hernandez is accused of taking the teen to a known MS-13 gang address and then shooting him in the head. During his hearing this morning, he was not granted bond and is still in jail tonight. He was also appointed a public defender. After the hearing, I spoke with Sergeant Jennifer Richter of the Gwinnett County Police Department about gang activity in the county.
We're aware that we do have gangs operating within the confines of Gwinnett County. We have our gang unit that's out every day investigating these individuals involved in criminal street gangs and bringing charges whenever possible.
But despite the concerns surrounding this case, she says there doesn't appear to be an uptick in gang activity in the area.
The activity is getting quite a bit of attention, but I do not think that we're seeing a serious uptick in activity.
In the meantime, the department says plans are in the works to address safety concerns in the Hispanic community. And next week, the Gwinnett County Police Department plans to address not only this incident, but other crimes that have impacted the Hispanic community so that the public is fully aware of the resources that are available. In Gwinnett County, I'm Karis Belger, 11 Alive News.
And just into the newsroom, Atlanta police need your help finding this man in connection to a homicide. Take a good look at your screen right there. Police say Sunday afternoon they found a man shot several times on Deering Road near the Brookwood area. That man unfortunately died at the hospital. Police are now looking for the man you see right there on your screen. He's considered a suspect in this case. If you see him or know where he might be, call 911.
2 of the 3 Douglas County officials indicted in a bid rigging scheme have now been booked in the Douglas County Jail. It's one of the stories we're following tonight from across Metro Atlanta. Commissioner Henry Mitchell III and Tax Commissioner Gregory Baker have both been charged with bid rigging. According to warrants we obtained last week, the 3 county officials are accused of conspiring to give a janitorial contract to a favored contractor. There's no word yet on if Commission Chairman Ramona Jackson Jones has turned herself in. Under Georgia law, bid rigging can be punished by up to 5 years in prison. We are looking at some brand new video tonight from the Clark County Sheriff's Office. You can see former UGA football star Jalen Carter being booked into the jail late Wednesday night. The defensive lineman was arrested for 2 misdemeanors in connection to the crash that killed his teammate and a UGA staffer. Carter is expected to be back in court April 18th, 9 days before the NFL draft.
And we're getting our first look at Stegman Coliseum since it closed to make some repairs. And last night we first told you about part of the ceiling falling at the Coliseum. Luckily, no one was hurt. The sports arena remains closed tonight, and officials tell us they don't know how long these repairs will take. All right, free-range elephant or helicopter. What kind of parent are you? Up next, the new study showing the impact protective parents are making on their kids.
And historically black colleges and universities in Georgia could soon get a big boost from state lawmakers. Up next, how a proposed bill could generate funding for the schools in the long run.
you.